Please be seated. Good evening to this evening's meeting on Medway Full Council. As usual, this meeting is being live streamed via the Council website, and I would like to welcome everyone who is watching online, as well as everyone present here tonight. Medway Interfaith Action are supporting the mayoralty this year, and Irina Friedman, who represents the Jewish faith, will now say prayers.
Good evening, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Good evening, councillors and the members of the public. First of all, I'd like to thank giving me this opportunity and for this invitation to say some words and prayers. Being a member of the Jewish community, I would like to introduce you to the portion of the Torah that is going to be read this coming Shabbat, the Shabbat Agadol, Shabbat before the Passover. I couldn't help but notice how relevant this portion to all of us, especially now. The portion is called Metzorah. What is Metzorah? Its literal translation is a leper. But don't think of leprosy as purely a skin disease. As with all the writing in the Torah, the words are used in their symbolic sense. Leprosy encompasses physical, mental, and spiritual afflictions of a person or a group of people connected with each other in some sense. As an infectious disease, it affects also the people's house or the land in their possession, which is described rather poetically, but still quite scarily, as visited by plague. This disease, this plague, is a result of 7 things, according to the Jewish rabbis and philosophers. And among them are envy, arrogance, shedding of blood, and one of the most gravest ones is the slander. Slander that kills not just the slanderer, but the one who accepts and encourages it, and the one about whom this slander is told. We can all think of several people and places in today's world affected by this plague of leprosy. And of course, Russia and the Middle East first come to mind because they dominate the media, but there are also Sudan, where the war rages on. There is Nigeria. There is Iraq, with the plight of the Yazidi community, and many others in this world. For a wider community, it's rather dangerous to live to a plagued house. Something has to be done. Something has to be done to remove this danger. And we are told that the divine justice, and feel free to interpret it the way you see fit, and the way it's relevant to you, first of all intervenes, punishes the fabric of the people's house. If people of that house repent, then there's only a small operation is required to remove the affected stones. But if there is no repentance, the whole house is pulled down together with its inhabitants. Over the centuries, history has given us quite a few examples of that. To avoid the destruction of the house and oneself, the owners of that house have to undergo the cleansing and purifying process, we're told. And how do they go about it? Well, the repentance, as a start of this cleansing process, starts first of all with self-reflection and with bringing our own house in order. And that repentance is about getting ourselves rid of envy towards our neighbors, arrogance about our own perceived status, whatever it is, and slander. The words that incite violence, the inflammatory words that kill so many. Repentance is about engaging in self-examination. It's about understanding what led us and our house to this plague of leprosy, and then turn away from evil ways by doing what is right and just. It is an obligation to be performed regardless of one's financial position and can be fulfilled in various ways. giving money to the poor, contributing to a worthy cause, or by assisting and helping others. It is not a sin to do well, but having good income brings larger responsibilities and bigger obligations to do more to support the poor and the wider community. Over the centuries, Medway has opened its doors to many others in need: Huguenots, Jews, and most recently, Ukrainians. It has been a pioneering place in tolerance and acceptance, trumping even the capital, London. Just to give you some examples from my research and knowledge of the history of the Jewish community in this area, Israel Levy was the first practicing Jew accepted into Rochester Corporation in 1788, when London permitted Jews to trade in the city only from 1831. In 1850, Rochester appointed John Lewis Levy their first Jewish magistrate. He was the first Jewish magistrate in the country. He later became Rochester's first Jewish mayor. Charles Isaacs was the first High Constable elected in Chatham in 1854. Chatham, even before London, became the first place to elect a Jewish mayor. And I can go on and on. Tolerance, inclusion, and cooperation have been the dominant traits of Medway over the centuries. And I wish them continuing to be so. And I wish this house never to be afflicted by plague. I'd like to conclude with a traditional Jewish blessing for the home. בזה השער לא יבוא צער, בזאת הדירה לא תבוא צרה, בזאת הדלת לא תבוא בעלה, בזאת המחלקה לא תבוא מחלוקת, בזה המקום תהיה ברכה ושלום. Let no sorrow come through this gate. Let no trouble come in this dwelling. Let no fear come through this door. Let no conflict be in this place. Let this home be filled with blessing of joy and peace. Amen.
Thank you, Irina, for your blessing. Moving on to agenda item 1, apologies for absence. I have received apologies from Councillors Hubbard and Shokar. Councillor Maitan, are there any apologies for absence for this meeting?
No apologies.
Councillor Kemp, are there any apologies?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I have apologies from Councillor Doe, Councillor Joy, and Councillor Wildy, who may be delayed, but is planning to join us later on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Croza, are there any apologies?
Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor. Yes, I have apologies from Councillor Sands.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 2, declaration of interest. Are there any declaration of disclosable pecuniary interest or any other significant interest from members of the Council? Please clearly describe the nature of your interest if you do declare one. Councillor Cook.
Thank you. I think it's best to mention under agenda item 9 that I was interviewed as part of the SEND inspection as part of my day job. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member? Okay. Moving on. Councillor Mayhew.
Thank you. Regarding the Sun Pier Heritage Action Zone, I live in the Heritage Zone, so just to put that on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mayhew. Okay. That's noted. Moving on to agenda item 3, record of meetings. Is it agreed that I signed the meetings of this meeting held on 29 of February 2024 as an accurate record? Agreed. Okay, that is agreed. Moving on to agenda item 4, Mayor's announcements. Members, I'm deputizing for the Mayor this evening, who is currently recuperating from an operation, and I know I can speak on behalf of all members in sending our best wishes to Mayor Gurung as she continues with her recovery. The mayor has asked me to say some words on her behalf. That's as follows. My sincere thanks to everyone in Medway for your individual and collective messages of support, kindness, and prayers for my recovery. They give me the strength and hope, and therefore have been very much appreciated. I hope to recover fully and be back with you all in no time. Take care of yourselves and each other. Thank you also to everyone in Medway, from the Cathedral, Deputy Lieutenant, Council Leader, Council members, councillors, ex-mayors, our community champions, Chatham Historic Dockyard, Medway Diversity Forum, Medway Interfaith Action, Child Friendly Medway, Medway Young Youth Council, United Nations Medway, MHS Homes, Rochester Cruising Club, Medway Culture Club, Medway Pride, Medway Queen Preservation Society, Medway African and Caribbean Association, Brompton Pact, Local Historians, Who Cares Trust, We Can Sing Medway, All Saints Community Partnership Trust, Let Loose Gillingham, Gurkha Nepalese Community Medway, and of course, World Wheelchair Rugby League champions and local businesses who sponsored raffle prizes for the incredible support at the hugely successful Mayor of Medway Charity Fundraising Gala on 22nd of March 2024, when we collectively showcased the best of Medway to visiting dignitaries from across London and the Southeast, and also celebrated a phenomenal Medway heroes past and present. With your support, we also raised a huge sum for my 3 chosen charities. SAFA, which embodies our gratitude to the valor of our armed forces, Medway Help for Ukrainians, which embodies our solidarity with our brave Ukrainian friends, and Young Medway, which signifies our collective determination to wholeheartedly promote our young people's full potential. These were Mayor Gurun's words as she wrote them. Moving on. I'm aware that some members have recently lost family members, including Councillor Howcroft Scott, and I'm sure all members will join with me in extending our condolences to them and their families. Now moving on to some business. We're continuing with our trial on how we conduct the meeting this evening, this having started at the January meeting. I will run through these changes as follows. 1. Public questions will be extended from 30 to 40 minutes with a reduction in the time allocation for the leader's report from 35 to 30 minutes and overview and scrutiny activity from 25 to 20 minutes. 2. Public questionnaires unable to attend this evening have been allowed to send a representative to read out their question, or I will put the question on their behalf. Only public questionnaires attending in person will be asked supplementary questions. 3. The order of business have been changed as indicated on the agenda. In summary, we will take the agenda item on motions after public questions. Any information reports or reports for noting will be the last agenda items. And 4, we limit the number of speakers per motion to the proposer and seconder, plus up to 10% of each group, rounded up as follows. Labour and Cooperative Group 4, Conservative Group 3, Independent Group 1, and independent members 1 each. The same number of speakers will be allowed for each amendment to a motion. Because these are changes to the Council rules, I move that we suspend Council rules to facilitate these changes. Is that supported? Thank you. Please, can I remind members to speak clearly into the microphones to ensure people in the public gallery and watching the live stream can hear properly And can members ensure that written copies of any amendments are brought up to the top table first? I would also ask all members to only interrupt another member while they are speaking if there is a genuine point of order or point of personal explanation to be made. As always, I would remind members it is extremely important that we focus on the matters before us and, as always, that we conduct ourselves in a manner befitting public office and that we all continue to have regards for the 7 principles of public life. Thank you. Next, it's the leader's announcement. May I call on the leader of the council to make any announcements?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nestorov. And can I thank you for stepping in? And I echo your kind words for those members who have had recent family bereavements, and indeed those across the chamber who are currently recuperating from medical procedures. We wish them all well, and once again we'll have an opportunity to thank our NHS later in the municipal year. Secondly, I wouldn't want to normally highlight individual members of staff, but before this council meets again, Sue Lovick, who won a Make a Difference award at last year's events, known to every member in this chamber as the smiling face as you walk into Gun Wharf, when we were allowed to walk into Gun Wharf, will be retiring shortly. And I want to place on record this council's thanks for her phenomenal service. As I've recalled elsewhere, the former chief legal officer mentioned her in his job interview and said, if that's the public face of Medway Council, everyone should be like her. So on behalf of the whole council, and indeed anyone who's ever had an interaction with Medway Council and its predecessors, a big thank you to Sue. My final announcement is around the issue of potholes, and I know we'll talk about that later, but I wanted to give colleagues an update. I wrote to the Minister for Roads, along with my friend and colleague. Guy Opperman wrote back. So I've written back to him, and I wanted to update all of Council tonight, before we get to that debate, to understand what we've said to him. So, dear Guy, and this will be published and we'll make sure that's available. Dear Guy, thank you for your response on the 17th of April to our letter on the issue of road conditions in Medway. Your response poses more questions than it actually answers. For the avoidance of doubt, because in Mr. Opperman's original response, he seemed to somehow think that we'd published the letter before we'd written to him. That's factually incorrect. So, for the avoidance of doubt, the initial letter was sent to him on 1821. It was mentioned verbally at our cabinet meeting. We had cabinet that night at around 7 o'clock at the start of the meeting, and it was published on my Twitter account at 21:04. We will take no lessons from a government who back in December tweeted about Medway Council and named it in a press conference before writing to Medway Council 2 hours later. We would have imagined that the Minister for Roads would have understood that road conditions go far beyond just potholes. Back in 2022, under the previous Conservative administration, a report went to Overview and Scrutiny, which showed that due to investment shortfalls, there was a backlog of work in the region of £35 million. That document is available on the Council's website. We would have imagined that he would appreciate that due to the actions of the previous Prime Minister, who Mr. Opperman had at least one interaction with on the 8th of September, that there would have been very high levels of inflation, and there have been. That's why hard-working professional officers here at Medway estimate that that initial 35 million of backlog has now risen to the figure in my original letter with Councillor Curry of £50 million. Now, just to be clear on the issue, because within Mr. Opperman's letter, he also references the £401,000 that we have received. And just to be clear on the issue of the additional £400,000 this year, as we said in our original letter, it's done very little with such a fundamental challenge in quality and ongoing depreciation. Of course, his government could have given our council all £12 million this year, which would have given us around 24% of what we require. But that didn't happen. And people will have to come to their own conclusions as to why the government have chosen not to. His letter back to us refers to the government providing £14 million in emergency funding. His government has given the people of Medway no extra money. He has allowed the council to borrow money. The government have allowed that to happen, which of course is a sticking plaster for a system of local government funding which his party broke, and one which will ultimately be paid for by the people of Medway. It is regrettable he has chosen not to take up our request for a meeting. We will be clear in reiterating the point to the motorists of Medway that this government refuses to even give their local council leaders half an hour of time to explore what options can be taken forward to deal with the shortfall in resources for road conditions, including potholes. Myself and Councillor Curry, of course, remain available to meet, to look in detail at the specific issue of both the Medway Tunnel, as well as challenges for the road network and potholes in Medway, with a vision to get the adequate level of resources to ensure that all road users can feel safer travelling on Medway's roads. I wanted Deputy Mayor Nesterov to make sure all colleagues in the chamber were aware of that letter, because I'm sure that issue will come up tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Maple, for your announcement. Moving on to agenda item 6, petitions. Are there any members of the public wish to hand in a petition? If so, please come straight to the microphone and read out the title of the petition. Please, could I ask you to highlight the name of the lead petitioner on the petition and leave the petition on the table for collection?
We, the undersigned, call upon Medway Council to install a pedestrian crossing near the Bridgewood Asda so people can safely access the supermarket by bus rather than by car.
Thank you. Any others? Will any councillors now indicate if they wish to hand in a petition? Please note that any member should leave their petition on the table and Democratic Services staff will collect it at the end of the meeting. Any member? No. No. Okay. Then moving on to agenda item 7, public questions. We now have 40 minutes to deal with the 9 public questions on the agenda. We have given an undertaking that people will be able to read out their questions, so I will shortly call the questions out in the order printed on the agenda. Public questionnaires unable to attend this evening have been allowed to send a representative to read their question, or the question will be put by me on their behalf. Only public questionnaires attending in person will be able to ask supplementary questions. Please, would those who are asking questions come to the microphone at the front of the public gallery, and may I remind those who are called upon to answer questions that answers must not exceed 3 minutes. I would like to advise public questionnaires that they may ask one short supplementary question, which should be a concise question. Long preambles and statements will not be permitted. Members' answers to supplementary questions may not exceed 3 minutes. If there are still any questions not dealt with this evening, they will receive a written responses instead. Now, may I call Judith Norwood Burman, please come and ask your question. So as she's not here, I put the question on her behalf as written. Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the question. As we know, this administration remains firmly committed to doing what is right for Medway its people, its businesses, its environment, and the visitors to our wonderful area. In this respect, we have one of the key objectives for our administration, and that is to deliver a local plan to meet the growth needs of Medway and all the allocated houses that we've been presented with by the government. This includes planning to deliver homes needed for Medway's growing population and the specific needs of those residents, providing the employment opportunities and protecting and enhancing the fabulous natural and historic environment of the area. The local plan is essential if meeting these growth needs is to be achieved in a sustainable way with the necessary infrastructure, rather than continuing to deal with speculative applications which can often be determined on appeal but can result in development that does not meet our needs, in the wrong location and without the necessary infrastructure. Meeting our growth needs through the local plan will mean that difficult decisions may need to be made in the interests of everyone in Medway, but such decisions will be informed by substantive evidence, consultation with the public, and work undertaken as part of the local plan-making process. It's important to note that we have already lost a large part of the Capstan Valley to speculative development already, East Hill and Gibraltar Farm. And we're looking at more applications of a similar nature coming our way if we don't have a local plan to protect the remaining area. So we have to work hard to get this plan through. Similarly with Chatham Docks, we don't own the landowner does. They can put in whatever applications they choose, and we can end up in a public inquiry. So getting the local plan into place is fundamentally important. If we have to have proper development control in Medway, we must have a local plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. I call Emma Wade. Please come up and ask your questions. I put the question on her behalf as written on the papers. Councillor Murray, would you please respond?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and well done for this evening already. I want to thank Emma for her question. I'm pleased to hear that she's been able to access help and support from the Citizens Advice Bureau in the past, and I want to reassure her that the Citizens Advice Bureau have a number of funding streams and will support them where appropriate to continue to seek new sources. Can I also thank Emma and all of her NHS colleagues for the service she gives to people in Medway, and I hope that they'll continue to signpost patients to CAB and Medway Council when they need help. Centralising the welfare benefits functions within the Council was a decision made by the last Conservative administration, but I'm content that it strengthens our resilience and offer to Medway residents. The service covers 5 separate functions within the Council, with each team having general financial welfare knowledge alongside their specific areas of work. The teams are Housing Benefit and Council Tax Reduction Assessment, Appeals and Discretionary Payments, Housing-Related Support Team, the Macmillan Welfare Benefits Team, and our Financial Welfare Team. We have found that these teams can not only work together, but they can also collaborate with other areas of the Council, such as social care and housing, to provide a holistic service. I want the Council to be a friendly face and a source of help to everyone. As we're a local authority providing local welfare provision, we're able to discuss cases and access information from the Department of Work and Pensions. This is permitted through the Memorandum of Understanding that we sign up to with that department. Please be assured that the Citizens Advice Bureau remains a valued and trusted partner of the Council, to whom residents will continue to be referred if they're seeking alternative independent advice. And I want to pay tribute to the continuing work of CAB in helping the Council distribute the Household Support Fund to help families in need. Our website, medway.gov.uk/financial welfare, alongside our email address and telephone service, allows for residents to contact the teams. This contact is triaged, and we can allocate an officer that suits the needs of the resident. We can undertake appointments within most council buildings, via the telephone or in residents' homes. Emma mentioned domestic abuse, and I'd like to inform her and everybody of a service that Medway has that operates alongside our partner Oasis. Medway Domestic Abuse Service is not a new one. It's a specialist support service for victims of domestic abuse and their families, and I was very pleased to recently visit the open advice session our provider and other related organisations offer every Tuesday at the Sunlight Centre.
Thank you, Councillor Murray, for your answer. Next one, Doug Bray. Please come up to ask your question. I would like to put the question on Mr. Bray's behalf. Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Bray, for your question. Medway has over 3,000 public maintained roads, and we know that from our annual carriageway condition surveys that these roads are deteriorating quicker than others and require resurfacing works to solve this problem. Our ongoing participation in the annual Local Authority Road Maintenance Survey, which is called ALARM, which is quite an appropriate acronym, I think, which benchmarks our performance against other local authorities, shows that our A, B and C class roads are performing slightly above national average, and that it is our unclassified road network which is where we're really having problems. Nationally, local highway authorities are struggling to maintain their carriageway infrastructure because of many years of underfunding, and Medway is no different. Prior to budget cuts for the new financial year, the money available to improve our highway network enabled us to resurface and improve several roads year on year. However, this is a very small percentage when looking at the network as a whole, and equates us to resurfacing less than 4% of our highway network each year. With more vehicles on the road network, the average lifespan of a newly surfaced road is now 15 years, which equates to the chances of having road resurfaced now standing nationally at once every 80 years. Our highway asset has a replacement value of around £2 billion, and to bring the network back into a steady state to suppress deterioration, it will cost £50 million, as you've heard earlier from the Leader of the Council. And I would point out there's a few stats behind all this information. For example, over the last 10 years, the number of two-car households has jumped dramatically, and the number of three-car household has doubled in the last few years. A lot more cars on our road and a lot less money to maintain the roads, and that's a significant impact. Our highway service adopts a robust inspection regime to identify defects on the highway, which pose a risk to the travelling public, and carry out annual condition surveys, which provides information so we can assess these roads those roads in most need of repair. This enables officers to collate a proposed resurfacing programme, which is then published on the council website for transparency as to where funds are planned to be spent. As you are aware, active travel and the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan consultation has now just been completed, and the active travel group meets regularly, and that's a cross-party group. The consultation is designed to encourage discussion and debate, and nothing has been agreed in terms of what we were doing on priority walking and cycling routes. And lots is being decided, apologies for that, on the walking and cycling routes. And this includes 20 MPH zones as well. Both the Leader of the Council and myself have written to
Thank you, Councillor Curry.
Oh, okay, I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your answer. Fozer Ahmed, please come up to ask your question. They're not present. I would put the question on their behalf. Councillor Mayhew, would you please respond?
Thank you for your question. I can confirm the reason I have not attended during Ramadan is because my brother had terminal cancer and had a few weeks to live. His funeral was this Tuesday, and I'll be back to normal duties shortly. During this time, Vince Maple, in his capacity as a decent friend, a brilliant leader, and a decent human being, has stepped in to take over many of my duties. Our Mayor, Nina, who does an amazing job, which I'm sure all members across the chamber here would attest to, has also recently been in hospital and unwell. However, despite these setbacks, I can confirm that we had multiple cabinet members attend iftars because we are a community-focused administration. Also, I'm very pleased to add that during what was a very tough time for myself and my family, many of my childhood friends of mine and my brothers came to visit during Ramadan and did break fast with us. One of them were actually from a family that helped found the Gillingham Mosque. As it turns out, the contours and interface between the Islamic faith and my own are so intertwined and so deep-rooted that I can honestly say that I wouldn't be the person I am without it. It's not a skin-deep association that I try to leverage online or in public for political gain. Neither do I have to announce to everyone in public I've been fasting in some kind of confected appeal to a community group so I can use them for my own political ends, like some people embarrassingly do. But thank you for your question, Matthew Broadley. Oh, no, sorry. No, I meant Fawzia Ahmed, not Matthew Broadley. Apology, Mayor Nestorov. I made a mistake there. I didn't mean to imply that Matthew Broadley uses community groups and gets people to ask questions on his behalf during periods of personal distress. Apologies for that, but I do hope that answers your question, Fawzia Ahmed. Right.
Thank you, Councillor Mayhew, for your answer. Moving on, Alan Stocky, please come up to ask your question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As we approach the anniversary of the DEFRA-funded anti-idling project in Rainham, led by the University of Kent's Psychology Department, I would like to know what is being done by the Council to move forward the promising early results of the awareness-raising signage to improve driver behaviour and reduce air pollution, not just in Rainham, but also more widely across Medway's AQMAs and at locations of temporary traffic lights.
Councillor Maple, would you please respond? Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you, Alan, for your question. I'm pleased to report that practical steps have been implemented from the project by our Streetworks team. They have asked all utility companies to use extra signage of turn off your engine on all work sites that have temporary lights. This was put forward at the quarterly meeting last year, which all utility companies and local authorities attend, and was agreed. We can legally enforce this signage if required by making a condition on any permit with temporary lights. If the signs are not found on site, then a fixed penalty notice can be issued.
As a supplementary question, I wonder whether, given the massive additional signage proposed around our red routes to indicate those red routes, whether any can be indicating that AQMAs exist and existing caution should be taken.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Alan. That's a really good point, actually, and I can take that back to the Streetworks and Highways team and present it to them. So thank you very much for that additional comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Curry, for your answer. Next question, Trish Marchant. Please come up to ask your question.
Thank you. A citizens' assembly is a representative group of citizens who are selected at random from the population to learn about, deliberate upon and make recommendations in relation to a particular issue or set of issues. Will Medway Council consider convening citizens' assemblies to address issues of major interest to the community, particularly with items which may cause controversy, such as the Red Route scheme, where the consultation identified a majority of respondents were against the scheme?
Councillor Maple, would you please respond?
Much for the question, Trish. I'm very proud. This is the last council meeting of this municipal year, the first year of the Labour and Cooperative Administration. I'm very proud of the approach we've taken when it comes to making sure the public have absolute access, not just to me, but the Cabinet and officers were appropriate as well, far more than we saw under the previous administration, whether it's Medway Matters Live, which we held in Rainham, and actually we will be holding the second one of those in Who, very excited to be over in Who. So going all over Medway, giving people the absolute opportunity to put questions directly to myself and the Chief Executive, carrying out a number of consultations, many of which are not statutory. We don't have to do them, including on the One Medway Council Plan, which we'll talk about later on in my report. The fact that actually we saw a live example of it 2 minutes ago, so the ability to ask supplementary questions. And Councillor Curry heard that supplementary question from the previous questioner. He will take that information away, and I suspect we will see some of those suggestions, that one, for example, highly likely that will be implemented unless there is a practical or legal reason why that can't happen. Bringing back supplementary questions, which the previous administration took away from the public. And we have opposition leaders meeting. So I recognise not every resident is represented by a Labour and cooperative councillor. They may wish to talk to their local councillors. So we've got, again, ways for individuals who are represented by both of the other political groups, which I accept is not every single councillor, but it means the vast majority are. And I've made myself available, for example, for the Who Parish Council. I look forward to joining other parish councils over the next period of time. All of those are opportunities for the public to raise questions, raise concerns. Of course, there are all the old-fashioned ways of email, WhatsApp, Messenger, DM on Twitter. This administration is available. This administration is ready to listen. Will we be able to give the answer that people want every single time? No, and I would never promise that because it would be naive to. But we'll always make sure people have that opportunity to put their point across. And as we spoke about earlier on, for example, on the local plan, a huge amount of people making representations. Again, we'll be looking carefully at those as we move forward. So I appreciate this. I know other councils use citizens' assemblies. I'm not ruling them out, but I think we've got a pretty good track record 11 months in of being open for the public to interact with this administration and this cabinet.
I have a supplementary question. So citizens' assemblies differ from consultation because they involve informed citizens who are able to take part and contribute to decision making. In Wandsworth Council, a citizen assembly was used to assess the issues of air pollution, which links into the previous question. And it gained over 100 suggestions on how problems could be addressed. Does the council not feel that this shows the effectiveness and inclusiveness of citizens' assemblies as opposed to consultations, which, as I said earlier, aren't always considered and taken into account?
Supplementary. And again, I recognise that councils of different political persuasions will use that specific tool. I think on the issue of climate change, I think this administration have got a good track record, both in opposition and in control of, you know, bringing experts, people who've got a passion, people who want to make a difference, to share their views, to make sure, you know, not just being consulted on a set of questions, although sometimes that's the right and appropriate thing to do, but sometimes it is about that wider conversation. So I think we've got a good track record of that. Again, I'm not ruling out a citizens' assembly, but I think at this stage, the tools that we are using, which I listed in my original answer, I think are good and certainly an improvement on what we saw for the previous 2 decades.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Next questionnaire is Jeremy Spyby Stevenson. Please come up to ask your question.
Not present, Deputy Mayor.
Then I will put the question on their behalf. Councillor Murray, would you please respond?
I thank Mr. Spyby Stevenson for his question, and I'm pleased to hear the Green Party support the Citizens Advice Bureau, as prior to the restructuring at CAB, I hadn't been aware of their interest. Alongside the in-house advice service, we have additional arrangements in place to give residents access to independent accredited debt advisors. We've teamed up with the Money and Pension Service to access their money advisor network. The network is run by Money Helper, a UK arm's-length government body that helps people access free, confidential and independent debt advice. The service is provided to the resident and the council free of charge. With every statutory function that the council provides, there are provisions within legislation which provide independent adjudication. For example, disputes in relation to housing benefit can be appealed through HM courts and tribunal services. Decisions in relation to council tax can be appealed to the Valuation Tribunal Service. The council has a robust complaints procedure, which ultimately, as with any functions undertaken by the council, can be taken to the local government ombudsman, which of course is independent of the council. I want to advise Mr. Spyby Steenston to be careful about raising potentially libellous concerns about the probity and professionalism of elected members. The second statement on restructuring issued by the CAB clarified the misinformation in the press release issued by the Green Party, which unfortunately gave the impression that for the short time CAB's offices were closed, there was no provision. when in fact, CAB continued to provide their regular weekly outreach advice services and telephone services throughout that short period.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Next questioner, Matthew Broadley. Please come up to ask your question.
Hello. Medway Labour and yourself, this question is addressed to Councillor Curry. Medway Labour and yourself directly have been actively campaigning against the closure of Chatham docks for a few years. This campaign contributed to the previous council leader, Alan Jarrett, ultimately deciding to step down and not seek re-election in the local elections of 2023. Further, the campaign was supported nationally by Labour leader Keir Starmer. Yet when reviewing the map of urban regeneration sites, we see the whole of Chatham docks included in plans for urban regeneration and a change of use. The area south of St Mary's Island around the new Asda has already been repurposed for residential use, specifically high-rise residential apartments. On September 4, 2023, the BBC published an article titled "Council Will Not Rule Out Dock Housing Development," where Deputy Leader Theresa Murray seemed to have announced that Medway Labour had abandoned the Protect Chatham Docks campaign. It seems clear that Medway Labour and Keir Starmer's support for the campaign to protect Chatham Docks has been abandoned now that it is no longer a campaign tool to undermine the previous administration, something supporters of the campaign have now woken up to. To further insult the campaign, Medway Labour have recently been parading around the town celebrating the 400th anniversary of Chatham Docks that were closed by Margaret Thatcher. The national leadership of Labour now celebrate the achievements of Margaret Thatcher and how she changed society. She certainly changed Medway by tearing the heart out of our employment and cultural heritage, something that Medway Labour seem eager to continue. The Medway Green Party notes that the Basin 3 proposal does not appear to address the loss of jobs for people already employed in the area and refers to attracting high-value jobs in target growth sectors and is vague when it makes a claim of potentially tripling current job numbers on the site. The collapse of Innovation Park Medway illustrates the risk of such projects, which aimed to bring in employment in similar target growth sectors. What guarantees have Medway Labour sought about protecting the docks and the 1,440 people employed directly or through local supply chains, particularly given the risk if Basin 3 goes the way of Innovation Park Medway?
Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'll do my best. I think perhaps to start with, it's about understanding the process of the local plan. I think there's a slight misunderstanding here. We're not allocating sites in any shape or form. This is the consultation phase where all landowners and members of the public can see where sites have been put forward by the landowners and developers, and those have now been discussed and debated, and the next Reg 18 process begins in about just over a month's time. So there is a process involved here in the local plan. There's not much more I can say about that. As regards to the Chatham Docks, I think it was Henry VIII who started it all off, so I don't know what Labour thought of Henry VIII back then. I don't think there was a Labour Party back then, so I'm not sure what that was about. But anyway, the Council is working to deliver a much overdue local plan to guide Medway's growth over the next 15 to 20 years. As part of the work of the plan, Chatham Docks Industrial Estate has been put forward for inclusion in the plan by some of the occupiers and the landowners. Delivering a sound local plan is one of the prime objectives of this administration. The existing plan is over 20 years old. It is out of date, large parts of it no longer compliant with national planning policy, and all the allocated sites have been built out. All of this leaves the Council incredibly vulnerable to speculative development all over the borough. The only way to properly address the pressures from the speculative applications, which often come with inadequate infrastructure provision, is to deliver a sound local plan as soon as possible. The administration has agreed a new local development scheme, that's the timetable for the plan, which is working to incredibly tight time frame, but one which has been discussed with officials from the Department for Levelling Up and Communities. The importance of having a sound plan and one that can get through its examination cannot be understated. It would be unacceptable, therefore, for me to comment now on a site that has been put forward by two different parties for two different proposals, as to do so would be prejudicial to the whole plan process. Our failure to have a local plan is a consequence of the failure of leadership of the previous administration. Both the council leader and his cabinet let us down really badly over the last 20 years in not delivering a plan, and it's something that we, Medway Labour, are determined to do.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Matthew, would you like to ask a short supplementary question?
Yeah, sure. Chatham Docks, Save Capstan Valley, disabled access to swimming, the children's access to sports and other costs. What mandate do Medway Labour have to be impacting the residents of Medway in the way that they are, including these workers that they gave promises to and their national leader gave promises to in the lead up to May last year? Because all I see is broken promises nationally, locally, everywhere from the Labour Party.
Just to say that I'm not quite sure that question was linked.
Totally
there was a
different
mandate
question.
last May when we were elected, and now that's what we're working towards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Curry. Next questioner is Kate Belmont. Please come up to ask your question. I put forward the question on her behalf as written. Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for your question, and I can totally understand your concerns. The Council shares your frustrations, not just with this site, but on other similar sites that where important landscaping tree planting has either not been implemented in accordance with approved plans or where it has not been properly maintained in accordance with the maintenance schedule agreed via planning conditions. In accordance with national guidance on planning enforcement, the Council will initially look to resolve planning breaches without the need for formal notices and provide developers with the opportunity to resolve the issues and concerns, avoiding getting into a costly process in legal terms. In this instance, the developer has advised that it passed the management of the public open space areas to a management company last year. They also advised that they undertook replanting in March of this year, albeit that some of the species needed to be changed. Officers are currently arranging to meet the management company and developer on site to have a walk around and compare what is there on site with what was approved and then agree a way forward. Updates will be provided to those who have raised concern with us, including yourself, once a way forward has been agreed.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. This concludes our public questions. Moving on to next agenda item, motions. I call upon Councillor Filmer to propose a motion at item A.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. This council notes that since May 2023, the carriageways across Medway have deteriorated far beyond what is acceptable. In many cases, repairs completed in early 23 have again become hazards to road users. In presenting its budget for 24-25, the Medway Labour and Cooperative Group have reduced the budget for repairs by 300,000, which will mean that it is likely a further significant deterioration will occur in the next 12 months. The Council notes that the Conservative Government and Secretary of State for Transport, as part of the Network North, have provided an additional 401,000 for this financial year, followed by a 12.5 million, which is spread over a few years. The Council recommends the Leader of the Council and the portfolio holder for regeneration and climate to reinstate funding for carriageway patching to address the backlog. The Leader referred to a letter from the Minister of Roads and Transport, which I wasn't going to mention, but as you have, and in the, I think you mentioned that you are going to publish your reply. So I think for open and transparency, you should really publish the reply that Guy Opperman...
Sorry, Councillor Filmer, that's not part of the question. It will be part of the debate.
Letters have been republished since 7 o'clock, after they were sent to Mr. Opperman, unlike Michael Gove in December.
Sorry, could you just confirm that the reply from the Minister has been published?
It's been published whilst you've been sat in that very chair.
All right, so what I'm going to say is public knowledge. You were looking for £50 million, and he noted that you wanted 2,000 potholes in Medway to be repaired, and he worked that out at £25,000
Members,
per pothole.
we're not yet debating the motion.
It is part of the motion.
It's not yet debated.
We haven't had it supported yet.
We have to support it, and then we can move to debate.
All right, I'll move the motion.
Is that supported, Councillor Warrens?
Mr Deputy Mayor, yes, I am seconding the motion, but I reserve my right to speak after other members have had their opportunity to respond.
Yep, that's fine. Any member? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. Well, what a wonderful motion. The good old days. The grass was greener back on the 3rd of May 2023. The air smelt sweeter. Bird song was that bit more tuneful. The good old days. You must remember the good old days. I'm seeing blank expressions and perhaps a little bit of derision. No, remember the good old days when you could pass a financially illiterate budget, then wait for the dear leader to plug the gap by plundering reserves, when you could trouser £300,000 of taxpayers' money into a secretive slush fund to reward your mates for their loyalty to the administration, when you could be a portfolio holder responsible for the council's CCTV network, but blissfully be unaware it was part of your job. The good old days. But nostalgia isn't what it used to be. So while it's understandable that former cabinet members like Councillor Filmer might want to peddle such a revisionist history, to absolve themselves of past sins without the inconvenience of a confession, the real surprise is how willingly newer, younger councillors seem prepared to collude in such a fantasy. Because this is a motion which could have been written by Winston Smith in the Ministry of Truth. Big Brother is pleased to announce that chocolate rations have been increased to 20 grams per week, even though everyone knows that they used to be 30 grams per week. Oceania is at war with East Asia. Oceania has always been at war with East Asia. By all means, attempt to delude yourself. Have a stab at deluding those so blind that they will not see. I hear there's still 19% of the electorate prepared to vote Tory, even at this late stage in a dying administration. So they're probably worth a punt. But don't come to this place and ask councillors to deny the evidence of their own memory, their own eyes, and the incontrovertible evidence of 14 years of decline. Toryism has always been based on a myth, the promise of jam tomorrow. But this motion goes full Alice in Wonderland. Jam tomorrow and jam yesterday, but never jam today. We've heard from Councillor Maple tonight what a drop in the ocean the funding mentioned in this motion trumpets. But across the country, the scale of the problem is laid bare. The Asphalt Industry Alliance identifies £16.3 billion required to bring Britain's roads back up to scratch, a process that would take a full 10 years. And they also point out that the monies referred to in this motion are Mickey Mouse too, because the 3.6% increase in funding is wiped out by inflation. Unfortunately, they say, the extra money isn't extra at all. The reality is there is no additional money. So let's laugh this motion out
Councillor
of this
Patterson.
chamber as it deserves to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Next is Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. To suggest that the deterioration in Medway's carriageways started in May last year is frankly ridiculous. We've been left with a crumbling infrastructure, not just here in Medway, but across the country. This government has failed to invest in our basic public highway infrastructure to the tune of about, I think it's in excess of £16 billion now nationally. Here in Medway, we have 3,000 roads which are currently in need of repair, resurfacing to the tune of around £50 million, as has been highlighted by the leader. This is not a new problem, and to suggest it is just, frankly, a joke. But simply another sign of how the government, our government, continues to fail local authorities across the country. So I'd like to propose a amended motion. Thank you very much, and I think it'll be handed out now.
Councillor Curry.
All right, shall I read the motion then? All right, give him a few minutes.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. So the amended motion now reads, the Council notes that since May 2010, the carriageways across Medway have deteriorated far beyond what is acceptable. The Council welcomes the letters Mr. Councillor Maple and Curry have sent to the Government calling for more financial support to address the £50 million backlog in road repairs and recognises that after years of decline, a significant intervention is required in order to restore our traffic network to a satisfactory standard. Council also recognises and thanks the work of officers who continue to deliver on all parts of our highway network within this limiting and challenging financial envelope.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Is that supported? Councillor Peake.
Second. I'm supporting the motion.
Do you wish to speak now?
I do wish to speak now, yes. Thank you, Mayor. I'm relatively new to this. Maybe I'll get used to the way things are, but I sit here incredulous again about the sheer brazen cheek that you Conservatives have when you do things like this. So suggest, as you do, that this is from May of the last year. It's just so laughable, but it's not funny. When I moved down here 10 years ago, I noticed how poor the roads were compared to where I used to live. It is one of the main topics of grief stated on the doorstep. Maybe this is why you're trying to shift the blame. Not that Conservatives ever do that, not me, Gov again. You've been in charge for 23 years, so again, it's a renegade on your own responsibilities. What were you doing before we got to May 23? This hasn't just happened. And all this is based upon, of course, a national government and a local Conservative government. They're so inefficient with the public money, it's absolutely astounding. National government from 2010 that pushed forward the political philosophy of austerity, thereby flatlining the economy, when we really should have had a pro-business growth strategy. That not only is good for business, it's good for jobs, it also means money as income coming to the government. So you could then argue, okay, maybe it wasn't your fault in the last administration because your own government had reduced the amount of money from national government to local government, Medway, by 91%. So you did have a challenging task. However, it is at these times when it is more challenging that your accounts need to kick in, that you're planning carefully for a long-term solution. If you had done that, just as you might do with your own businesses, because surely you wouldn't treat your own business like this because you just would not survive, you should have got your act together, had a long-term plan, and fixed the potholes properly. It's not good enough to go and do a few of them, take a photo shoot, get it out on some leaflets and go, oh, look at us, we're fixing the roads. There are cases when within 1 week some of these potholes have actually started to break up. This is what we've inherited from you. And I want to finish by saying that it is the long-term planning that can actually fix this. This approach has already been demonstrated by our Cabinet. And I hope in 4 years' time you'll be able to clearly see the difference. But doing things cheaply is literally just a waste of the public money. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Peake. Just to remind members, we are debating the amendment. Any member? Councillor Brake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And reading the amended motion, I'm interested. The Council notes that since May 2010, the carriageways across Medway have deteriorated far beyond what is acceptable. But interestingly enough, 2010, of course, is when there was a change of central government, and out went Gordon Brown and his entourage, and in came Conservatives. But 2010. It's almost suggesting that we switch the switch the power off, and no longer is it the Labour government responsibility, but all of a sudden it's the Conservatives' responsibility. And ever since May 2010, it's all gone wrong, and thank you very much, Conservatives. Look what a mess you've made of the roads. Well, I'm sorry, but I was thinking back, forgive me going back onto the original motion, but I must say this, that the comments with regard to chocolate, I'm afraid went right over my head, and what chocolate has got to do with the conditions of road, probably only a Labour councillor could understand. But there we go. I shall leave that, Mr. Mayor, and I don't think there's any need for comment on this.
Yep. Deputy Mayor Nestor, I
Councillor
know that we are
Patterson.
now on a different debate, and there's a reference to my speech which took place in the debate on the original motion. I'm happy to give a reading list to Councillor Brake. It's a reference, a fairly well-known book called 1984 by George Orwell. You might have heard of it. I definitely suggest you read it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brake. Moving on to the next member, Councillor Osborne. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please continue.
Thank you. Still chocolate eludes me, but we'll carry on. Really, the comments that are being made in the amendment, as I say, are really saying that this is all down to the Conservatives, government and administration of the problems we have today. Well, I can't support the amendment because this is not true at all. The money that is being spent across the country over the years, what we have today, in fact, is a big problem. And today I counted the potholes as I came in from Waterslade. And when I got to 100, I thought, I've got to stop here. This is getting ridiculous. Potholes are potholes, and these need to be dealt with now. So I'm afraid I can't support the amendment because it doesn't really give us the answers that we need. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brake. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I stand to support the amendment from Councillor Curry. I have to say, listening to some of the responses from the opposition, you can perhaps see why some of our roads have been left in a parlous state. The arguments I've heard are completely crackers, and that's before the printer's even dry. And I seem to remember last year at full cabinet, Councillor Brake was blaming the utility companies for all of the woes on our roads. So perhaps he can clarify now whether in fact it's not just them. And I want to welcome this debate on the state of our roads in Medway because this is a topic of concern on doorstep after doorstep across Medway. And people have been raising this issue for years, including since 2010. And I want to thank all of those on social media and watching tonight for articulating their support for us and their anger at them for the state of roads that they've left. And isn't it the case, Madam Mayor, that as soon as our leader spoke of the letter today, that they sat there and laughed as the response to the minister was read out? Potholes are no laughing matter. And whilst I appreciate the Tories' opposite to falling down the political polling pothole, this shouldn't be the case with Medway drivers. The political car crash of 14 years of Conservative misgovernment, supported by our 3 MPs, is sadly coming home to tyre after tyre, hubcap after hubcap. The opposition have a potholed and pitted track record on roads, so it is no surprise that last week they got their least experienced councillor, the presumptive leader, to front the effrontery, the same member who was still in school shorts in 2010 when the decline in roads began. This administration in opposition did our job to highlight the state of roads and investment over multiple years, and I direct those in attendance to many member questions on said topic. Since 2010, we have seen numerous highway management reports signed by Councillor Filmer himself indicating a year-on-year decline in Medway roads. The figures escalated year on year and have now reached a cumulative cost year on year of £50 million, and that is not acceptable to our residents. Taking into account the national figure across all councils, this sum total is now 16 billion over the next decade, according to the Independent Asphalt Association. Medway Council is not unique, and across the country, thousands of roads and millions of drivers are suffering from the scorched and scratched earth policy of this outgoing, incompetent Sunak government. I support this amendment because it sends a clear message from our residents that we expect better from this government, but it also sets the record straight. This hasn't just happened in 10 months. This has been ongoing for 14 long years, and people are sick and tired of it, and they're sick and tired of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I tend to agree with Councillor Peake. This is not a new phenomenon since May 2023, and under the previous administration there were reports time and again of workmen pouring loose tarmac into a pothole, stamping down on it with a boot and saying it's fixed. That repair, and I use the term as loosely as the tarmac going into those holes, would last a few days before further work was needed at extra cost. It was a culture that such activity was acceptable. Not even a case of whack-a-mole or whack-a-hole, stamp a hole. Fast forward to a new administration that promises to do things differently. And Councillor Peake refers to fixing them properly and a long-term solution. The problem is, you're not. I've seen it myself. I get reports all the time. Workmen are going out and they're still pouring tarmac into the hole. They're still doing the same thing. Now, reading a piece in the erstwhile news publication, Local Authority, new subscribers, always welcome. You're welcome, guys. We see, according to council officers, there are a region of 2,000 potholes in Medway. Average cost to repair, £73.13. Simple mathematics. For £146,260, Medway Labour, unless the numbers are wrong, could fix all the potholes in Medway. OK, previous administration didn't do it, and why is this one not doing it? And before someone says 91%, because we know that's coming, the council is wasting money on bodge job repairs when it could completely solve the problem for what is a relatively minimum sum in terms of the budget. Medway Council has run this council for almost a year. It could have fixed all the potholes. It should have fixed all the potholes. Don't bring us an amended motion that welcomes letters. Bring us an amended motion that welcomes the fact you're going to go out there, do the job. It's time to stop playing politics with the potholes. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Next one is Councillor Murray.
Councillor Spalding's mum must be in tonight. Just got a clap. Look, Phil, my old friend, we've had to put this amendment for you because your revisionist version of the past just wasn't acceptable. And I'm going to do a bit of reminiscing with you. Councillor Spalding has reminded us, in fact, when I took a video of Volker highways pouring tarmac into holes and stamping on it and sent it to you, and you sent me back a message saying, yeah, terrible, isn't it? You've been the luckiest man in Britain for a long time, a portfolio holder, sitting back, enjoying yourself. It's not me, it's the government. It's not me, it's the officers. Come on, I'm doing my best. I've heard you being held to account. And before you chickened it to Cuxton, you obviously didn't notice what was happening all around you. Our roads are in a terrible state and your name's all over it, Phil. I'm really surprised, actually, that you had the neck to put this motion tonight. We've amended it to do you a favour, so that it reminds everybody and you of what things have been like in Medway. Austerity killed our roads. Austerity has made the roads in the state that they're in today. Austerity that you've supported, every single one of you, and your 3 MPs, and never mentioned the impact that it had on roads when you had the opportunity. You can relax in opposition now. You can put rubbish like this on the table and go home feeling satisfied. We're going to vote it down, and all your lot should as well.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Mrs. Turpin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There's a lot of political grandstanding here this evening. We've got the Conservative motion saying that the roads have just deteriorated since May 2023, and then we've got the Labour amended motion that's saying that the roads have deteriorated, surprisingly, since May 2010. Which happens to be when, as Councillor Brake pointed out, the Conservative government came in. I guess between 1997 and 2010 that the roads were in perfect condition at that point. However, I think there are members here this evening that have possibly got short memories of what we were facing on the doorsteps last year. What was the most discussed item when knocking on doors? It was potholes and the conditions of our roads. And I think there's possibly many members that are not in this chamber tonight because of the condition of our roads last year, prior to last May, and the months prior to that. And people were rightly so fed up with it, and the damage that it has done to their cars. As much as I was sort of prepared to support the original motion, because I would like to see more money going into the roads and not a cut, I will support this amendment this evening because I appreciate that the budget has been set, that the budget was tight, and that we do need to call on government to help give us as much money as possible to be able to put into our roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Turpin, for your input. Councillor Warrens.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. This is all about accountability and what you stood for in the last local elections. You made potholes one of the key issues. And what's happened since you've come into power? Absolutely nothing. The roads have deteriorated. Nothing's getting done. The fact is that you've allowed the deterioration to happen, and to make matters worse, you've cut next year's budget, which is only going to enhance that deterioration. I'm really struggling to find a fitting reason for your negligence. With an excellent set of officers and a willing contractor and ongoing increases in government funding, there is no reason for Medway Labour not to get on with the job of repairing the potholes. Now, we know that Councillor Curry has an aversion to cars, and I believe that Councillor Maple doesn't own a car, so perhaps the deterioration is part of the secret plan to encourage us to walk everywhere. But the fact is, the roads are essential to the economic health of our businesses and for the people of Medway. If their carelessness wasn't bad enough, our dynamic duo then made fools of themselves, writing to the minister responsible, setting out the need for £50 million to repair 2,000 potholes at a cost of £25,000 each. Unsurprisingly, the minister, reflecting on the £14 million worth of emergency funding already given to Medway Council and an extra £12 million being provided for road repairs over the next 5 years, quite rightly pointed out that Medway Labour should get on with the job and deliver on their election promises. Electors will want to know what Labour are promising on road repairs, and they will be surprised to hear absolutely nothing, like every other issue that comes up in this chamber. Of course, you can only spend the non-dom tax on roads so many times, or is it that Rachel Reeve is now going out to hit the old codgers for more tax? It sums up Labour very well. No doubt, as residents reflect on the state of Medway's roads, they'll be hoping that 2027 comes sooner rather than later. Finally, Mr Deputy Mayor, since our motion was published, amazingly, some patching has happened around Hempstead and Wigmore, Hempstead Valley Drive and Hempstead Road. Maybe potholes aren't a vote winner at the general election. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warrens. Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Nesterov. And look, I understand why, I was sat in those chairs for a number of years, I understand why Councillor Filmer's put this. I know why those members over there will vote for his original motion if it was still here. They're not bad people. There's no bad people over here. There's no bad people anywhere. Not in Medway. There might be elsewhere, I understand, looking at social media and the press today. But here's the thing. Councillor Filmer, in his role previous to May 2023, and I would wholeheartedly recommend Councillor Patterson's reading list. In his portfolio to Overview and Scrutiny, there was a report that said there are £35 million of road repairs outstanding. £35 million. Now, I know one book, I'm sure you're all rushing to buy, 10 Years to Save the West, but actually I don't prefer her earlier work. And here's the thing, that £35 million has gone up because of the disgraceful, impactful, eye-watering mortgage increase financial experiment that failed. So we're all feeling that impact, and we're all feeling that in the figure. So yes, in 2022, that figure under Councillor Filmer, which nobody challenged, nobody here, because we know that's a realistic figure. That figure has gone up. That figure has gone up. So look, and yes, we're very happy to publish Guy Opperman's letter. It was a strange letter. Maybe he's distracted by the recent polling in electoral calculus that says Hexham will be run by a Labour MP come the next election. Not my words, the words of electoral calculus. So look, we are where we are. And look, the main thing for me is twofold. Firstly, to thank our officers who are delivering day in, day out for the public, who are doing those pothole repairs. You know, when's the rest of the £12 million coming? Oh, it's not. You know, there's no response. There is no clarity on that. And we've spent the £401,000. It's clear, it's in the public domain. We had to publish it. It's there for all to see. 11 roads. That's all it's done. 11 roads. So you can boast, and the MPs who are tweeting away tonight saying this is, you know, we're really pleased to support this motion. They're supporting just getting 11 roads done. So if you want to know the party who is anti-motorist in Medway, they're sitting over there. We're standing up to this government, and we'll work with any government. We'll press any government to meet with us to explain the decade plus of underinvestment in our roads to where we've got to now, because we believe that rightfully we should be dealing with this. That's why we've written, that's why we've moved this amendment, and I'll be voting for it tonight. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nestor.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I can't believe that I have to give another history lesson in this chamber. Obviously, potholes was something to be joked about, because Councillor Lawrence's reaction earlier on was just to laugh. Well, you weren't around, but your administration in this council plundered the highways budget right back from the inception of Medway. There has been deliberate misunderstanding about the 50 million. Somebody's deliberately saying that was to just fix potholes. It isn't, it's to bring the standard of the roads up. But what did the previous administration, including some portfolio holders who are sitting in the opposition benches tonight, do to plunder the budget? They didn't fix the potholes. They let a contract, which some members over there have rightly complained about the quality of work. But better than that, they bought a tunnel for £1, which is costing a fortune to maintain. They plundered the budget every time they needed to do something to pull another rabbit out of the hat. They plundered the budget to build roundabouts and let sponsorship on them, which wasn't really paying for itself. So don't throw stones at this side of the house. We're trying to get things done, and you cannot feed a family if you've only got one sandwich. You can break it up any way you like, and you can write letters like we've received from that government person the other day, which was full of, I would say, Dickensian sort of attitude, which is basically, and we have seen it from this government, and we've seen it from ministers, and we've even seen it from some people in this room, the Conservative way is to blame the victim. Well, the victim at the moment is Medway people, and we are trying to make it better. So don't start laughing about it. It is a serious matter and will be treated seriously by this administration, unlike the last one.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Wilde, you indicated that you want to speak earlier. Do you still want to speak?
I wasn't going to. It did strike me that they're talking about no money, then the way the Conservative government performed after they got a famous letter saying there's no money. And whenever we go back to those days, you get the groan, etc. And now they're doing exactly the same and refusing to accept the responsibility that is theirs, very, very sadly. They have had 10 months. I have seen... I have had... I have seen a pothole being repaired with tarmac being tipped into it and hit with a spade. If that's the improvements they intend to make, and that's what's showing in the state of our roads. They simply aren't aware of what's happening, and, well, it shows when they want to spend, 3.5 times the amount to fix every pothole. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilde. We have now reached the limit of speakers. This concludes the debate on the amendment. I'm going back to Councillor Curry. Councillor Curry?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and I thank everyone for their contributions to this discussion, debate. I think I'm appalled, actually, frankly, by the lack of understanding of members opposite about how roads are repaired. I thought they would understand it by now. But the problem is that we have 514 miles of road in Medway, and that's what the £50 million is for. It's to resurface those roads. That's what it's about. We're not filling potholes with that £50 million. I mean, and some of your colleagues over there have made it clear they don't understand what's going on here. And from the last comment particularly, that came through. Potholes are not the solution. Pothole filling is not the solution to Medway's road infrastructure problem. The £50 million investment that we're asking from the government is the solution, and we're not having anything from the Minister on that whatsoever. In fact, what we have got is silence on that issue from our 3 Conservative MPs, who have not lobbied on behalf of Medway's community at all with their own government to bring resources into Medway. And what they do instead is just complain on social media about what we do. So they're almost irrelevant now, those MPs, and I'm looking forward to the change. Medway Council has 514 miles of highway, and thanks to our amazing officer teams working on this, and I will stress that over and over again. They're the ones, they're the experts. I'm no highways expert. My background's in flowers and wildlife and stuff. They're the experts on engineering and road issues and stuff like that. They know what they're doing. This year, they have repaired over 16,000 potholes with filling in with tarmac to keep the roads going. That's what they've done this year, which is a 35% increase, over 35%, nearly 36% increase on the previous year. So they're working their socks off to do this. And you criticising us for not delivering, those officers are delivering on our behalf, yours and mine, and the community of Medway to get the roads safe. But they're fighting a losing battle because they don't have the infrastructure funding they need to do their job properly. That's what this debate is about. We need that infrastructure funding here in Medway. And however much you gripe and groan about Medway not delivering in 10 months, thanks very much for that, yeah, we'll fix everything in 10 months, no chance of that for anybody. We can't do it without the funding coming from central government, and every other local authority in this country is crying out for the same. Councillor Osborne made the point that this is serious. It really is serious. We've been let down by you guys, let down by this government, let down by our own MPs, and at the end of the day, we're doing our best to keep the roads moving in this. The officers are doing their best to keep the roads moving. So that's why this amendment is necessary, that's why this motion is necessary, to show what's needed, to lobby the Minister, and to thank the officers for what they're doing. And I think you should support that, because that's what we all want.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Now we're going back to the original proposal, Councillor Filmer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Curry, I have never queried the the officers, the highways officers, they do a great job, and you've inherited them from when I was looking after highways. So that is not a problem that, the fact you're losing a few, the motion is purely, in the past where we've had big problems with bad winters, we've put additional funding in to try and overcome. We put 2 gangs out patching, not last year, the year before. So what we're asking for the motion, people in Rainham are saying, how come you can spend all this money on cameras for Red Route? Are you using our highways budget are you subsidising the highways budget to put in cameras? So all we're asking is for a fair amount of money to go in to try and overcome the problem we have at the moment. Councillor Murray, have you ever known your road, Sydney Way, as bad as what it is now? No, you haven't. I don't have any more to say.
Thank you, Councillor Filmer. Just to remind all members, we are now voting on the amendment. Is that agreed? All those in favour?
6 members.
Because 6 members have asked for a recorded vote, we will now have a recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor and members. So, members, we will now be having a recorded vote on the amendment. I will ask each member in turn whether you are for or against or whether you abstain on the amendment. Councillor Anang. Councillor Anima-Shawn. Councillor Barrett. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Brown. Councillor Campbell. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Crozer. Abstain. Councillor Curry. Councillor Edwards. Councillor Etheridge. Councillor Fern. Councillor Field. Councillor Filmer. Councillor Gilbourne. Councillor Hackwell. Councillor Hammond-Dishay. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Halcroft-Scott. Councillor Hine. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jones. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Khan. Councillor Lamas. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Mahil. Councillor Mandarakis. Councillor Maple. Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Murray. Councillor Myton. Mr. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Osborne. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Peake. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Perfect. Councillor Llewellyn Printer. Councillor Mark Printer. Councillor Price. Councillor Spalding. Councillor Spring. Councillor Stamp. Councillor Tijan. Councillor Mrs. Turpin. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Wildey. And Councillor Williams. Mr. Deputy Mayor, the amendment is carried.
Thank you to all members. The amendment is carried.
So now we're debating the amendment as the substantive motion. Any member?
Now we are debating the amendment as a substantive motion. Any member?
No. Is that agreed?
Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Moving on to next motion. I call upon Councillor Mrs. Turpin to propose a motion at item B.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and sorry, I realise I previously promoted you a little too early in my last speech. A local plan is one of the most important duties a local authority has to undertake. It is vital that it represents all parts of the Medway towns and villages and takes communities alongside it. It should be evidence-based, and so the evidence should come first and then the plans built on top. Not what we have seen over recent years, where we look at a map, decide where we want to build and try to make the evidence fit. That is, even if local members and residents get to see the supporting evidence, even when the draft local plan has been produced. This is what caused the last draft plan of 2021 to be withdrawn. Elected members were not prepared to approve a draft plan that had not seen evidence to support it. Changing land designation of Chatham docks from employment to mixed use, which would have caused a working dock to close on the promise of other high-quality jobs without any evidence to support it, was an unacceptable recommendation. When the Labour Party were elected in May 2023, they promised to be the party of transparency, to be open and honest with their residents. What is transparent and democratic about a published working party with 7 elected members listed that has never met? As far as the good people of Medway know, as far as 52 members of this chamber knew, that working party was meeting and working on the next draft local plan. I discovered at the beginning of this year that the group has not met. But some of its members who are on it didn't even know it existed. Portfolio holders have tried to reassure that it's fine, it doesn't need to meet because they are meeting regularly with officers. So it would appear that not much has changed, still a small select few holding unaccountable meetings to get the job done. This is how the HIF project was run. A few cabinet member meetings, who knows when and who knows with who or what was ever discussed. Now I don't need to tell you how that ended. Oh, and the Innovation Park Medway. No ward member involvement, no published meetings. There seems to be a pattern here. Following the loss of £170 million of government funding for HIF, we agreed that lessons needed to be learned and would be, but I'm not seeing that. Therefore, my motion, this working party, which appears again in agenda item 14 tonight, needs to start meeting before it's too late and the work has been done. I therefore urge the administration to publish a list of meeting dates, to then publish the minutes of these meetings, and further to my requests, to appoint a member of the independent group onto the working party. They have a seat at a table of the informal working party of polling districts, on the Rural Liaison Committee, on the Member of Development Advisory Group and Ward Improvement Fund Review. So why are they being denied a place on this group? A reason to not grant this request has never been explained, other than the Labour group say no. So I move this motion and I hope that the Chamber will support it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Turpin. Is that supported? Councillor Etheridge? Do you want to speak now or do you reserve the right to speak later?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I wish to speak now, please. During the Conservative administration, robust scrutiny on certain Conservative portfolio holders identified that at least 7 important documents required for the proposed local plan were either completely missing or incomplete. Because of the importance attached to getting this document right, I requested that when the actual draft local plan was ready, that it should be viewed and scrutinised by all relevant scrutiny committees, as the proposed draft local plan was in a precarious situation. Once again, this council was misled in regards to the position of the plan, whilst a specific portfolio holder stated that the designation of Chatham docks from industrial to residential had not occurred, when very clearly it had. At the next Cabinet meeting under the agenda item Medway Local Plan, officers prepared a report stating that progress had been delayed as the evidence base was still being developed, and they included a number of key documents. The officers stated, and this is in those minutes, the assessments most relevant to this action plan are, and yes, you have guessed it, the same missing and incomplete documents identified weeks earlier still had not been started or completed. Perhaps for the first time, all Cabinet members and the Council were fully aware that the proposal for a draft local plan was not ready for review, but had more potholes than the whole of Medway and therefore was subsequently withdrawn. Now we come on to the new administration promising change with openness and transparency. But where was the openness and transparency when it came to the closing of Finsbury Hill to allow a school entrance to be completed? elected parish and Medway councillors, along with the MP, had to learn of the proposed plan from the local bus company. Moving forward to the last rural liaison meeting, it was confirmed by the officer attending that the local plan working party formed the previous year had not had a single meeting since its formation. Fast forward to the last round of scrutiny meetings where portfolio holders of this administration were asked about the local plan. Each gave a similar answer: responsibilities had changed and therefore unable to answer. In other words, not me, Gov. When in opposition, this administration vigorously campaigned for the retention of Chatham docks. Now, of course, it's all down to the local plan. Then out of the blue, we discover that informal meetings have been taking place between portfolio holders and officers, with, of course, no minutes taken. Finally, Mr Deputy Mayor, within the website labourlist.org, one of the council leaders' major pledges, and I quote, "My final pledge is around supporting local elected representatives. If elected as an independent candidate, I will work with whoever is elected alongside me." Mr Deputy Mayor, I and the Conservative Group fully support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Etheridge. Moving to debate. Any member? Councillor Curry?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And to start with, I think the sentiment behind this motion is really welcome. I fully support the sentiment that's involved. I think it's hugely important that we have a local plan. And that's really the best option for Medway going forward. The withdrawal of the plan in 2021 was due to a complete failure in the leadership of the council leader and his cabinet at that time. And this new plan is now being delivered under a new administration. And we've achieved a number of milestones already. We've delivered the Reg 18 consultation in October last year. We've got our local development scheme, the timetable for the local plan, through in March this year. And we're moving towards a second round of Reg 18 consultation with more detail on the proposed sites for various things in June of this year. And then we'll be moving on to submitting our Reg 19 proposals for scrutiny and examination by an examiner early next year, with a view to publishing the plan and adopting the plan in 2026. And I can't see any member in this room who wouldn't support that timetable of activity, because that's what we really need. We aim to submit this because it's so important. The delivery against government targets of 28,500 houses is extremely challenging, partly because we've already built out all the existing sites that we had under the previous local plan, and our constraints under our sustainability appraisal are huge. And what we've found is, though, in terms of that, is the delivery of the infrastructure for that is also huge. And all those issues we all agree on. But this time last year, Conservative members and independent members were celebrating publicly the loss of £170 million of housing infrastructure fund. They thought that was a good thing, and they published it on Twitter in June last year. A letter was sent out saying that's good news for Medway. £170 million missing from our infrastructure funding, and you lot were saying what a great thing to happen. Across the board, independents and Conservatives at the same time. So the working group that was set up, which is actually going to be meeting on the 13th of May, the cross-party working group, is part of our delivery process. We've consulted with the public. We've put things out there in the public domain on a regular basis. We've been meeting, not informally, we've been meeting formally with officers to get the plans through. As portfolio holders, that's what we're supposed to do, as you probably should know that. And at the end of the day, we will have a working local plan that is fit for use up to 2041. That's what we intend, and that's what we all want. So to suggest that we're doing anything underhand or secret is crazy. As I say, the cross-party working group will be meeting in a couple of weeks' time.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Time is over. Thank you very much. Councillor Spalding, you indicated that you want to speak.
It's a point of order, Mr Deputy Mayor. I resent the cast aspersion of everybody over here. I most certainly was not one of those that was celebrating the loss of the infrastructure fund, because particularly from my ward, I know how badly we need it. And I certainly resent being labelled along with others who did that, because I certainly did not. And I'll invite Councillor Curry to withdraw that.
Councillor Murray? Oh, sorry.
I apologise to Councillor Spalding on that behalf. No problem.
Thank you. Amicable solution, always the best way. Councillor Murray, yes?
And it's just a quick addition, actually. With regard to the working group, and we don't include in this Councillor Spalding, the independent group are welcome to have a place if they're prepared to publish a full retraction and apology for their letter to Michael Gove on celebrating the withdrawal of the £170 million HIF. So there's a place for them if they're prepared to do that. If they're not, they've fettered their discretion about the local plan anyway. If they retract it, they'd have a place and a chance to talk.
Thank you. Councillor Crozer?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, can I just point out that, as far as I believe, the £170 million that was the HIF fund was not for infrastructure across Medway. It was infrastructure that was specifically designed to
point of order.
Yep. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. The money was for Medway as a whole to deliver on road networks to cope with, particularly around the A2-M2 junction and the Four Elms Hill. And so that's Medway infrastructure that's gone as a result of that thing. Obviously, some of the provision was around Who and High House, though, which is fine. But actually, it was a Medway fund, housing infrastructure fund.
I didn't understand that to be the case, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Deputy Mayor. I didn't understand that to be the case. I thought the £170 million was allocated. 14 million, I think, was for ecological improvements on the Who Peninsula. There was £63 million, I think, was for the railway, and I think the other 114 million was for the improvements to the A228. I didn't see that was across Medway, but I take what Councillor Curry has said. Can I say that in the election of December 2022, I won a by-election in Peninsula Ward on a promise to do my utmost to protect the Who Peninsula from overdevelopment. In May of 2023, my colleagues, Councillor Sands and Pierce, stood on the same promise to protect the Who Peninsula from overdevelopment. I believe at that election, all three of us again won more votes than any other councillor in this chamber. Enough at least to shout a strong message from the population of the peninsula that they do not want overdevelopment, but recognition of how important and well protected the Who Peninsula is. And I will say yet again here that the Who Peninsula is internationally protected and it is the ecological jewel in Medway's crown. It has been recently additionally recognised by the government as one of the ecological sites along with the rest of the east coast of England as far up as Hull for World Heritage Site. And the Who Peninsula also is a great opportunity, if you read the NPPF now, for net biodiversity gain. And I think that has already begun to happen where developers are acquiring old equestrian sites for net biodiversity gain, and I would again suggest that there's a lot of agricultural land there that could go the same way. The Who Peninsula needs a voice of some sort in the plan-making process and future for Medway. Granting a place on the local plan working party and meeting that working party is something I believe we deserve. Madam Mayor, I listened to the offer from Councillor, I forgot your name. Murray, I do beg your pardon. I do beg your pardon. And we will consider that. But as far as the motion tonight, Madam Mayor, we will definitely be supporting Councillor Turpin and Etheridge this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Crozer. Councillor Warrens.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I think I've heard the most outrageous thing since becoming a councillor. Yeah, Councillor Murray doesn't like people in opposition. Clearly, she's been rude on a number of occasions in full council meetings, and she's not particularly pleasant when you meet her on a one-to-one basis either. But actually, I heard her just say that if the independents would write to Michael Gove withdrawing their thanks for the withdrawal of the 170, that she will grant them a seat on the working group. Now, is that blackmail, bribery, or maybe someone can actually tell me on what basis that she can even make that statement, and she should immediately stand up and apologise to the council for those behaviours. And can I just say one other thing before Councillor Murray interrupts us?
Point of order.
It's a point of order, Councillor Lawrence.
Point of order. Point 4, I will come back to you.
First of all, a point of personal explanation. It's not that I don't like you, Councillor Lawrence. It's only everything you do, everything you say, and everything you stand for that I object to.
Sorry, where's the point of order, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
But on the point in question, my offer, our
where is the point of order?
My offer, our offer, are protecting people from fettering their discretion on the local plan. You can't sit with that kind of opinion because you have already given your views. And as we know, planning has got a judicial status, and people who give their views on anything before a decision is actually made fetter their discretion.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, this is a working group that's supposed to work to find common stances on some of the more difficult issues. Now, actually, I think the independents deserve a seat because they represent an area that is subject to a potentially large amount of build, and their residents deserve to be represented. Now, Councillor Filmer and I, who are on that working group, will work positively and constructively and collaboratively with the Labour group to find solutions to some of these issues. In Hempstead and Wigmore, we're facing massive development on our boundary. Lidsing Garden, for example, which Maidstone Borough Council have passed, totally against any form of common sense. But Councillor Murray, you don't have the power, if I understand it, to be blackmailing the independents for some petty political point in order to grant them a place on that working group.
Members. Councillor Piers, I see that you indicated to speak, but your group have reached the maximum
I can raise a point of order if I could, please, Deputy Mayor.
Point of order?
So I've got a simple question, because we're talking about the HIF project. I've got a simple question for Councillor Curry or Councillor Murray or Councillor Maple.
Is it a point of order or is it a question?
No, it is important, because could they explain why... Could they explain that the administration's support for the HIF project, how that doesn't predetermine the local plan? It's a very important question, and if it doesn't,
that's not point of order, and your group have reached the maximum number of speakers on this motion.
Explain why.
Councillor Curry, do you have a point of order?
A clarification, point of order, if I may. Thank you very much for hearing me. I assume we're debating this motion that's been put forward. That's what we're here to debate. If any member has got any questions for me, I'm more than happy for them to email me with those questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Tijan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Corey stated in his deliberation that our housing target is 28,500. The last time I heard, the housing target has been scrapped, and local planning authority are required to calculate and meet housing needs in the local housing area. Are we ignoring that? Are we doing anything about local housing needs, Councillor Corey?
Just a point of order again, if I may. I didn't realise I was here to be cross-examined by the opposition, and I'm not, but I would like to clarify that target has not been scrapped. We have got a target of 28,500 approximately. We have delivered a number of those. I think it's about 8,000 or 9,000 have already been delivered, but we still have the remaining to deliver in the new local plan. That's just a matter of fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tijan.
I was pursuing our local housing needs and the calculation. That was my question.
Okay, thank you. Any other member? Then we conclude the debate and we go back to original proposal. Councillor Mrs. Turpin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'd just like to pick up a few points. So, Councillor Curry has, indicated that they've made progress over the last 10 months, but this is all without the working party having met. So, I welcome that he states that it is going to meet on the 13th of May, but is that going to be the only time they meet? We don't know. So that's why, this motion is important, that we actually get published meeting dates over the coming year, like all of our other meetings are published. Otherwise, I don't know what the point of having this group is. I'm very concerned by Councillor Murray's statement saying that the independent members have to withdraw their statement. I mean, is she actually saying that all members need to agree first before they can join the working party? Are the Conservative members going to be subject to the same terms? And just a sort of a point of order with regards to the HIF, I certainly wasn't celebrating the loss of that money. Members who represented the Peninsula and Strood Rural were very aware of what plans were being submitted, and we knew that, that A, the money wasn't going to be enough, and B, the plans just weren't up to it. So this motion really is just the tip of the iceberg with regarding governance and how it should be. 5 years ago, every councillor was shocked and surprised to learn via Ofsted that our children's services were inadequate. And, just wonder what we'd been discussing at Scrutiny. It's likely that other major services, such as social care, are now operating badly below minimal acceptable standards, unbeknown to elected members here. We need this to change. We need more member engagement and not less. The area that the independent group represent is an area that for many years has been under the threat of mass development. While the previous administration were public with their pledge to protect the Capstone Valley, the Hoo Peninsula has not had such goodwill and instead has shown to take the strain of most of the future development within Medway. And I'm yet to see any evidence that this will change under this administration. So I really do hope that the Chamber can support this motion this evening, and that we can have a more transparent working arrangement moving forward with the local plan, as important as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Turpin. We will now go to the vote on the motion. Those in favour, please indicate now. And those against? The motion is lost. Moving on, I call upon Councillor Price to propose the motion at item C.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm very pleased and proud to move this motion about recognising care experience as a protected characteristics. Ofsted recognised the progress of our Corporate Parenting Board. This motion will help us go further. It will raise the status of care experienced young people and recognise they are a group that face discrimination. By moving forward on this, and voting for this motion, it'll be enabling us to build on the work of the Corporate Parenting Delivery Group, the family business chaired by our officer, Ruth DeLue, to encourage more organisations, businesses, community groups within Medway to enable the notion of us as corporate parents and build a community of support around Medway's children and young people. It will enable us to work with our partners and businesses, policymakers, etc., to design and develop policies that will promote improving outcomes for care and experienced young people from Medway. It'll send a clear message to our children in care and care experienced young people that we not only take our corporate parenting responsibilities seriously, but we absolutely want to prioritise their needs and improve outcomes for them. It would actually mean that any policy decisions and service-like decisions from this council would be subject to equalities impact statements in order to consider how those decisions will improve outcomes for our care leavers or impact on them. It will enable us to be held to account by our children in care and the Medway Children and Young People's Council. Officers are still collecting the voices of Medway's children and young people on this particular motion, policy-like decision. This will be subject to scrutiny at both the Children and Young People's Committee and also the Health and Adult, because children's health does come under Health and Adult Committee. And then this will go via Cabinet, so there will be ample opportunity for us to get into the detail of this. This is another way we can walk the talk. I urge members across the Council to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Is that supported? Councillor Howcroft-Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I am delighted and proud to support this motion, as I've the lived experience of a care leaver, and the protected characteristic status is a pledge of lifetime support. It's offering children and adults who have lived in the care system better opportunities. Care leavers are an oppressed group. They face discrimination, and this gives them protected status. This motion addresses discrimination against care leavers and the need to prevent tremendous disadvantages in their lives. For most of us in this chamber who believe in fairness and social justice, our care leavers, many struggle in the world that's already cast them aside. We face discrimination our entire lives and are prejudged and denied opportunities. I survived the care system. By the time I was 11, I had attended 13 primary schools. I felt like a post office parcel. All these fresh starts just added to my ACEs, or adverse childhood experiences. Without two strong women, my social worker, who was a nun, Ms. Tiddler, and my maternal grandmother, who rescued me from a studio flat in Brownhill Road, Catford, at the age of 16, a studio apartment, not flat, I ended up doing well. But often, tragically, people like me are the exception. And when people leave the care system, they are traumatised. We need systematically in this chamber to work together to do exactly what this motion suggests. I was the first person in my family to ever go to university, but I was absolutely petrified, and I sat the civil service entrance exam as a backup plan because I didn't think I was good enough. And that's what the care system does to you, and I think we need to take the luck out of the system and create certainty for all our care leavers. And I'm so proud that Councillor Price has put this motion forward. I hope we can all support this in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howcroft-Scott. Moving on to debate. Any member? Councillor Brake.
Mayor, I wish to put an amendment, please. So. Mr. Deputy Mayor, may I begin to speak?
Yes. Councillor Brake, would you like to introduce your amendment?
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Just one more minute. Councillor Brake, back to you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, members. Many care-experienced people face significant barriers that impact them throughout their lives. This amendment put before you this evening to ensure that all people who have been in the care system have their voices heard, even when they have reached adulthood. The motion as put by Councillor Price does not take into account or even consider that society recognises that young people are those up to the age of 25 years. However, on reaching the age of 18, these same young people become adults and as such in many areas also become the responsibility of adult services. Of course, many of those individuals continue to face significant barriers that continue to impact them throughout their lives. It is important, therefore, that we recognise those in adulthood who need help, care and guidance. As can be seen on the paper before you, bullet point 5, where reference is made to children and young people, this is to be replaced by all people, which takes into account both children and adults. In addition, under the heading of this Council resolves, Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee should also have sight and be involved in discussions before it goes to Cabinet and full Council in June, July of this year, seeking formal approval of these matters. In this way, Deputy Mayor, it will ensure that all people are included and all people are looked after in life. I so move. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brake. Is that supported? Councillor Etheridge? Do you want to speak now or to reserve the right to speak later?
Now, please, Deputy Mayor. It's going to be very, very short. In fact, all I'm really saying is that this group on this side, we look at this motion coming forward, we fully validate the principle behind it. We just want to make sure that all people that are coming under this banner are actually, we fully validate the principle of this motion coming forward. So our only objection to the wording is to make sure that everybody with that system that we look after is taken into account, not just a few. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Etheridge. Just to remind members, now we are debating the amended motion. Any member? Councillor Price.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. We on this group accept the Conservative amendment. Thank you.
We're still debating. Councillor Mandarakas.
So the Equality Act was enacted in the hopes of mitigating impacts of immutable parts of an individual's identity from affecting their life chances. All data shows that care experience and ensuing discrimination from that does impact on life chances, and therefore it's only right that as corporate parents we do all that's in our power to mitigate that impact. Parenting our own children doesn't end when they turn 18, nor should our corporate parenting responsibilities, which is why I'm proud of our group for bringing forward with this motion and happy to see broadly cross-party support.
Thank you, Councillor Mandarakas. Councillor Warrens.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The Conservative Group are supporting the motion, and thank you for supporting the amendment as well. When I read the motion, I I reflected on a year of corporate parenting board membership and particularly being part of the housing subgroup. And I know across the council, members and officers, the amount of hard work that's going in to improve the life chances of young people who are leaving care and the support that's being given. And, you know, we're grappling with some really difficult issues here. For me, setting up young people to succeed is really important. And I just wanted to pose a couple of questions to Councillor Price as a part of, you know, what will be some scrutiny later on. What bit are we not doing in the council that he thinks that this motion actually addresses? I'd be very interested in that. And I'd also be interested in how much he thinks the council will be open up to legal action, and we're already inundated with children and young people legal cases. If we were to pass this motion, what impact might that have on the council? And I'm just wondering if he reflects on how businesses might manage an additional protected characteristic. Because actually, in the modern business place, we don't ask, when we're recruiting, we don't ask, you know, questions about, did you come from care, what your sexuality is, what your religion is. We're actually wanting to recruit people who are going to add value to our businesses. Just to reiterate, this group is in favour and will support the motion tonight, but I think there are some questions, and I know Councillor Price would have already done a lot of research to ensure that whatever we pass tonight, we can actually deliver on in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warrens. Councillor Hamadinche.
Deputy Mayor. This amended motion, I full-heartedly recommend. It makes a clear statement that Medway is child-friendly and also supports people that have gone through the care experience. It sends a message to the CQC and other bodies who do not directly recognize the care experience as a protective characteristic. In fact, the CQC emphasizes the importance of respecting and valuing people's experiences, but does not go far enough. That's why we made the motion in the first place. As a councillor, as a care professional, and a corporate parent, like all of us in this chamber here, we all know that the care experience people face discrimination across housing, health, education, employment, and the criminal justice system. Often by people protected by their professional registration, protected by the academic profession. So how can we have parity to recognize that lived experience amounts to something that requires them to be protected? So let's do some simple maths for the members across the chamber. It's Crayola time, so let me explain. The reality of self-management and the care experience of many young people receiving care from community mental health teams. These people typically receive a home visit by a care professional once a week for 30 minutes. That equates to 2 hours per month. Over a course of a year, that's 24 hours, 1 day out of 365 days. So what are these people doing in the meantime? We're recognizing they are self-managing. They're getting on with their recovery. This is why this amendment, this motion is so important. We need to acknowledge that lived experience by people that are going through care and have gone through care should not face discrimination. So this motion is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamadishe. Councillor Coombs.
Really welcome this motion, and the amendment includes more than just the 18-year-olds. As corporate parents, we have responsibility for young people up to age 25, and it's really important that we don't forget those responsibilities when young people come to school leaving age. People who've experienced care have often had the very hardest starts in life, so it's up to all of us in positions of responsibility to make sure that nothing holds them back. I want every child and young person in Medway to achieve all their ambitions, and so I want to make sure that we take away all the barriers that might stand in the way of care experienced young people.
As corporate parents, the interests of care experienced people is always at the front of our minds, but making care experience a protected characteristic would strengthen our ability to involve our partners and to make sure that they have the same protections as other characteristics, to make sure that they're free of discrimination and that they have the same opportunities in life. By passing this motion, we can go on to encourage and involve our partners in the wider community to join with us in tackling the barriers that care experienced people face until such time as this is enshrined in law. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coombs. No other member indicates that they want to speak, so that concludes our debate. Going back to Councillor Brake.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thank you, members, for your comments in support of the amendment. The question was asked, well, what is our expectation from this, not only the motion but and its principle, but the amendment? During the last administration, my responsibility was that of adult care services together with public health. And I had in fact begun work with the portfolio holder for children's services, Councillor Josie Isles at the time, because it was recognised that one of the biggest issues that we have, in fact, is making sure that children do in fact have the very best start in life. And whilst that may be the case at a very, very early age, I think there's a lot of evidence, not only across Medway, but across the whole of the country, that actually demonstrates that as children move from childhood through to their teenage years and then into adulthood, that there's many issues that have been missed in the system. And I think reference was made to the amount of time that has been allocated to some children in need of support. I think 24 hours, I think, was the total given. So really, I think this is, my belief is, this is an issue that is a collective between both children's services and adult services, because it's no good waiting for a young person to reach 18 or 25 and then tip them off the scales and they fall into another category. It's important that we collectively all work from young people right the way through into adulthood. And I believe that if we do this and we do it correctly, and that is that we take note of the problems and we try to resolve the problems earlier in life rather than waiting for adulthood, then we collectively, in the longer term, everybody will benefit from this arrangement. So I support the principle of the motion, but in my amendment, you'll see that I've concentrated on making sure that we deal with all people, both children and adults, that need our help, support and guidance. So thank you very much for your support. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brake. We're going back to the original proposer, Councillor Price.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, and also councillors on the opposite side of the room. We are moving forward together on something which is important for all our Medway children and young people, but particularly those children and young people that have got that are facing the challenges and the discrimination through being care-like experience. Just responding briefly to Councillor Lawrence's questions, officers have been looking into all the pain points which have been raised by Councillor Lawrence, and that level of detail will become clear when it goes through scrutiny to both the Children and Young People's Committee, also to the Health and Adult Committee, prior to it going to Cabinet. And in answer to Councillor Brake, really pleased that he sees the value of us working together to get our children off to a good start early in life. Just a shame that we lost all those Sure Start centres, but we're moving back in that direction with our hubs. So thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I encourage everybody to vote for this amended motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Is that agreed? So that's now the substantive motion. Any other member? Is that agreed? Motion has passed. Moving on to agenda item 9, Leaders' Report. We now have 30 minutes to receive and debate the Leaders' Report. May I call on the leader to present his report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Nestorov. And it's a privilege, as it has been at every full council since May, to deliver the Leaders' Report. This is the last council meeting of this municipal year. I want to start by reflecting on the recent SEND report. And I would say a few things on this. Firstly, we are in a positive place, but there are clearly improvements still needed. And I recognise that as council leader. I know the Cabinet and I know Scrutiny will be looking at that as we go forward. It is worth saying that in comparative neighbouring councils, our report is in a better place than them. And that's a good place to be, but it's not about a competition with other councils. It's about the delivery for some of our most vulnerable residents, as we've heard about on conversations and debate already tonight. So I want to thank officers, because a process of that nature is time-consuming when they're trying to do the day job as well. I want to thank our partners. I want to specifically recognise, as the report actually did, the Medway Parents and Parents Forum. They do an outstanding job at holding people to account, being supportive of the process, and standing up for sometimes those who don't have a voice. So we will continue to work hard on that. I've no doubt that Children's ONS will be looking at this as we move forward, as they have been with other recent inspections. But I'm proud of where we are, but I'm not complacent, and I do recognise that there are certainly areas for improvement, and this council is working hard to deliver that. I also want to take a moment to thank the brilliant Refresh programme and Zest Theatre, who have come back to Medway. Those who have been down Chatham High Street, as many people know, I walk down there almost every day. We've been very lucky to have some of those signages there in Chatham. We've now increased those to both Gillingham and Strood. Great examples of young people, and I'm grateful you would have seen on your desks as you came in postcards showing some of those. And it's incredible. And if I think back to when I was 10 years old, I think I could barely tie my shoelaces. But Nimrat, and there are lots of these comments, but I'll pick this one because when I saw it, I kind of was speechless, which some people will know is pretty rare. You know, hope is a key part of life. We need courage and hope. If we've got a 10-year-old in Medway saying that, we've got to support them in getting that courage and hope and doing everything we can. Because as we've said many times in this chamber, and I know is agreed both on a cross-party basis, but actually as a community, children matter in Medway. So I thank that, and I hope that we can find the partnership funding, as this was done previously, to bring that forward again for our other towns and elsewhere in our community. As we spoke about earlier on, although the Minister for Roads didn't quite understand how local government finance and DLUC works, we have been through the process, obviously, in correspondence with DLUC following the exceptional financial support. And again, for the avoidance of doubt, exceptional financial support doesn't mean an extra penny for the services for the public of Medway. It gives us flexibility. That's what it does. Part of that is ensuring that we have a financial improvement and transformation plan. We are going to deliver that well ahead of DLUC's schedule. It's the right thing to do, and again, it follows on from the advice and guidance that we listen to very carefully when it comes to the issue of sector experts, who I'm very pleased that we worked with. So that will be submitted, and again, I expect to see Scrutiny holding that to account. I think back to Councillor Mrs Turpin's comments earlier on around, you know, asking questions, holding to account. I want to see Scrutiny doing even more. I think this has been a good year of Scrutiny. As I've said here and elsewhere, this administration not afraid of scrutiny. We welcome it. And I pay tribute to the 4 ONS chairs, vice chairs and members of those committees, including Councillor Tijan from the opposition group, chairing business support. Long may that continue, him as an opposition councillor. We've also got coming forward the One Medway Council plan. And I want to thank, again, officers, cabinet members, Scrutiny, and most importantly, the public of Medway. The first time this council has consulted on its council plan. That could have happened for the last 20 plus years, but it hasn't. This administration has made that a priority. We want to hear from the public. So we've listened carefully, and when we bring that forward formally at our annual council, it will go through Cabinet first. That will be flavoured by the feedback we've had directly from residents on the key issues that matter to them. That plan's important. That plan is what we will be held to account to. And as you will see when it is formally published, you know, it's about saying loud and clear, we in this administration, we in this council, we in this community are proud to be Medway. And it's our job to increase that pride. And we've been doing that in a number of ways since the last full council meeting. I want to highlight a couple. And I pay absolute tribute to my colleague and friend, Councillor Lauren Edwards, for her work in these two areas. We're bringing forward UK SPF Round 3. It was an oversubscribed Round 2. It was an incredible amount of people wanting to make a difference, to again put pride into Medway. So I know on that launch event on the 1st of May, and I would encourage all those who are here, I'd encourage those watching on to book yourself a ticket. We're at the Corn Exchange. Get along for that, and you can hear how you can play your part. There's a specific focus on skills in Round 3, which again shows our commitment as a council to that particular area. And I recognise that actually government have looked at us as an exemplar in bringing that programme forward compared to councils across the country. I also want to recognise officers' work, particularly both on that and the Business and Skills Showcase, which was a fantastic event at Mid-Kent College, one of our One Medway Charter signatories, hosting that for us. Absolutely packed to the rafters with small and medium businesses, those looking who are setting up perhaps business for the first time. Yes, as you would have seen in the media, as was mentioned on Radio Kent, it did involve me delivering a double clothesline. Not the thing I kind of expected, but like most job titles, any other reasonable task. And the reason that double clothesline was delivered is because those two wrestlers were not playing by the rules. And we're very clear, whether you're wrestlers or anybody else, we want to see people playing by the rules in Medway. And finally, Deputy Mayor Nesterov, tomorrow night, have your tissues at the ready. It's the Pride in Medway final. And my goodness me, I've been privileged enough to see all of the nominations. And I know the Medway Messenger will do the good job, as they always do, in highlighting some of those outstanding individuals and community groups who truly, truly go above and beyond. It's an emotional night. Recognising that the people of this community that we call Medway, the 5 towns, the peninsula, the urban, the suburban, the rural, all of it coming together, and people going that extra mile, being proud to be Medway. So I really look forward to that, and I say very publicly, congratulations to every single person who's been nominated. Thank you to those who took time out to nominate their neighbours, their work colleagues, whoever it might be. People took the time to say this person, this organisation makes a real contribution to the place we all call home. So congratulations to everybody involved. Thanks to those sponsors. Again, time is tight, money is tighter, and we know that actually, you know, organisations choosing to sponsor that event, for me, again, shows their absolute commitment to the community of Medway. So Deputy Mayor Nesterov, I'm very pleased to move my report tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Maple, for your report. Moving on to debate, Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And firstly, thank you to the leader for his report. I'm not Councillor Golvin, so I thought I'd first clear up, because I know we missed him in the apologies, but as colleagues may be aware, Councillor Golvin is currently recovering from surgery. He is watching live, and I'm sure will be evaluating my performance, no doubt, when I speak to him tomorrow. But he wanted me to pass on to all colleagues, officers, members from across the chamber, his thanks to the comments to both him and Pat and the support over the past few months. I know it's greatly appreciated. Madam Mayor, Mr Deputy Mayor, firstly, I want to acknowledge, as Councillor Maple has, the SEND report and the work, certainly, of both the Director of Children's Services, but also the Assistant Directors and their teams in supporting that inspection. I know it's the first time we've gone through that new framework, and it's really important. It's really important that we get that quality assurance that can be held to account through scrutiny, which is really important. But, Mr Deputy Mayor, the past 12 months have demonstrated the impact of Labour in power. And we've seen it on the last item, an administration that has railroaded through a red route in Rainham against 64% of respondents, as we saw from the public earlier on. It's true, though. We've seen free swimming taken away from our children and old age pensioners, whilst putting through money, of course, for Councillor Maple's personal PR budget. And, of course, we've seen the bin crisis over Christmas, now followed up, of course, by the pothole crisis. A pothole crisis that the administration tried and failed to blame on the government, with its response from a government minister that had visited Medway this year and knew exactly where the blame lies. But, of course, Mr Deputy Mayor, whilst the Labour and Cooperative Group continue to cause trouble across Medway, we're getting on with the job. We've got a national government rolling out the biggest ever expansion of childcare, supporting working families and allowing residents to get back to work. And workers this month are benefiting from a national insurance cut, of course, that the Labour group announced at their recent cabinet meeting they don't even support. It is only the Conservative Party, Mr Deputy Mayor, that is focused on securing our economic prosperity. Labour can't even say what they would cut or how they would grow our economy because they have no plan for Medway and no plan for our country. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Perfect. Councillor Croza.
Mr Deputy Mayor, not much to say from me, I'm afraid. I agree with you, the leaders. I welcome the leaders' report, and I agree with the initiative about young people. I think it's very important to move young people forward in Medway. They are our future, and in fact, indeed, the country's future. I also welcome the administration and the council being ahead of the curve in terms of the budget and the letters to Deluxe and stuff like that. Agree with that. The only other thing I've got to say is I wish I could be at the Pride of Medway tomorrow night, but unfortunately I have a business engagement that I can't come. And I've just asked my colleague, I don't know whether Michael was invited to that, but if that's possible for him to be invited, I'm not sure whether he's available. That's important. If you could do that, that's great, but thank you very much indeed for your report.
Thank you. Back to members. Any member? Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and I very much welcome the comments that the leader made on 1 Medway. In fact, I was following Councillor Perfect's contribution. The first 2 items on Councillor Galvin and on Children's Services, I thought, oh, this is encouraging, and then unfortunately he went off at a complete tangent. But if you look at at 1 Medway, it is in fact that slip of the tongue was almost deliberate. It is in fact a focus on 5 key priority areas, the second one of which is benefiting from a good education, quality jobs and a growing economy. When we first started Medway in 1997-98, we were very clear that there were huge benefits from having a unitary where economic development and education were all part and parcel of the responsibilities of one authority. I'm really pleased with the way this has been taken forward, particularly by the current cabinet members who are responsible for these areas. To use Councillor Maple's term, my good friends and colleagues, the Councillor for Children's Services, Councillor Price, the portfolio holder for education, Councillor Coombs, and the portfolio holder for economic and social regeneration and inward investment, Councillor Edwards. And, you know, when I meet people on the doorstep who say they aren't interested in education, and judging by the public response to this one Medway document, that they're few and far between. If people say to me, I've no interest in education, I'm only interested in, and they run off a long list of the old district council services, I say to them, when was the last time that you drove over a bridge? And they said, well, last week, actually. And I'd say back, well, in that case, would you expect that bridge to be built by a qualified engineer? Well, yes, I would. And that just emphasises the importance of a good education and quality jobs and skills to the Medway area. And as I say, a fantastic job is being done in terms of our adult education, and despite what people say that they may not have an interest in education, lifelong learning opportunities are available. I can learn, I'm lifelong learning, and so can the person on the doorstep I'm speaking to. We can all benefit from education, and some terrific work is being done between adult education and the job centres to develop skills, which was reported by the portfolio holder.
That's all the time. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Joy.
He's not here, Mr.
Councillor Lamas.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I thank the leader for his report, particularly his comments on the SEND inspection. I'd just like to point out three things that came to me when I read the SEND inspection, because as members will recall, we passed an amended motion last year relating to SEND, and we talked about the wait for EHIC plans. And there was some kind of like false hope emerging in scrutiny recently that the outcome would be something that it obviously was not. I think the council should be continually worried about the wait for EHIC plans and the impact that it's having. That's something that's obviously very regional and national. But something that the report pointed out specifically, which was that there is no key performance indicators at a governance level that have been adopted by leaders. That's something very specific we can work on. And the point that I wanted the leader of Medway Council to take away and hopefully look at is, given the SEND inspection result, do we now have a fresh excuse to write a letter or request a meeting with government to say that some of the measures that the council are experiencing as a result of our safety valve agreement, you could say that they are in detriment of the needs of the special needs kids in Medway as a result of this SEND inspection report. So I would appreciate it if the council could take that away and look again at what we can do more to support SEND kids in Medway. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Lamas. Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank the leader for his report. Councillor Perfect, your imagery of how perfect the country is, I think is part of the reason why people are fed up of politics and, frankly, fed up of the Conservative Party. And I think I just want to take a minute to reflect on some of the challenges that we're facing in Gillingham. And I just wanted to thank the leader for his support in ensuring that Gillingham Town Centre particularly is now a priority for this administration. When we first came into administration, we were faced with a huge challenge, and there are huge challenges across Gillingham, and it's something that in opposition, I, alongside my other ward colleagues and other Gillingham councillors, have been talking about for quite some time. And we've got a bit of a mountain to climb when it comes to dealing with the challenges that we face in the town centre particularly, but also more widely. But what is absolutely clear is that for this administration, unlike the previous, it is a political priority. And as such, the Gillingham Task Force has been set up to specifically look at the town centre and start to look at how we can bring in investment at a time when we recognise that the public purse is stretched, but what are the opportunities, how we can work a cross-section across the council, including public health, to start to improve things. How can we look at the empty buildings, how we can tackle ASB, and how we can work with partners from a wide range of organisations, including the police. I just want to take the opportunity to thank Gillingham councillors for all their work on this, but also my colleagues, Councillor Edwards, who has absolutely been a champion for Gillingham High Street, as well as Councillor Marhill, who is also supporting us in terms of how we can bring that leisure facility and that wider programme of work together. It's going to be a bit of a journey, but I know there's a huge commitment from this administration towards Gillingham, and I just want to make sure that that's on the record tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Ham. Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. It was reassuring to hear the Leader of the Council make a commitment that this Council and everybody needs to play by the rules, because from time to time, and many of us see it in our inboxes, people come up with issues and we suddenly find we may be coming up against a culture that I will say needs to change. You get so far and then up comes the brick wall of silence along with the option of we'll go and make a complaint. Recently, the Leader of the Council joined me and others at the Armed Forces and Veterans Breakfast Club in Chatham, and I can confirm, unlike a certain other Labour leader, Councillor Maple can definitely handle a bacon sandwich. But on a more serious note, he was actually introduced to a veteran who's had issues with housing with this council to the point of complaint. Now, while I've had the lead on this, I'm incredibly grateful to Councillors Howcroft-Scott and to Councillor Joy for their assistance. But looking at all of this, I am in no doubt, Mr Deputy Mayor, Medway Council has let this guy down. He went to Iraq. He suffered injuries and came back with those injuries. His life changed forever. And this council has, in my opinion, let him down. And interestingly enough, Mr Deputy Mayor, his name and that of his care partner appear on the list of 2024 nominees for the Pride in Medway Awards. We need, as a council, to do better. We have issues, and members will be aware from the budget meeting I have some issues of my own to try and resolve. A meeting with a senior officer has failed to fix them. I've had a tough time recently with personal issues as well, and these have given rise to some rumours about my future, and I've been doing some serious thinking. This may, perhaps not go to what a few members were expecting, but I have an announcement. I'm not going anywhere. We need to change these rules. We need to change the culture, and I'm going to be part of that change. I'm staying. Elsewhere, on a slightly lighter note, we had World Book Day. But of course, the gremlin of announcement timing for Medway Labour struck again, and no sooner had the video of Cabinet members with their favourite literary works hit the airwaves, news came, Chatham Library was once again closed. It happens. Interesting choice of books, and they were all good reads, and they were really, really good reasons for reading them. But perhaps the best came from the Leader of the Council, a story about somebody who has no idea of what they're doing, regardless of consequences, concocts a mixture from everything they have at hand and hopes for the best. Whatever it was, it went in. Whether he's inspired because it mirrored a Labour manifesto, or it's perhaps something a little closer by home, inspired by someone, I don't know, I'm sure he'll tell us. It was, of course, George's Marvellous Medicine. Whether we see Vince's Marvellous Manifesto in due course, I wait to see. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. One more speaker left. I'm going to take Councillor Osborne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I would like to first of all pay tribute to all of those residents who've taken part in the Great British Spring Clean across Medway. Hundreds of residents came together in their communities, including in Lordswood, in Rochester, in Cuxton and Halling. They came together, they cleaned their communities, and they gave a bit of community service. They said that they want to improve their area, and I want to pay thanks to them and all of their hard work, and we respect all of the work that they do across our area. Secondly, I know the leader mentioned about enforcement and playing by the rules. Members will be aware our PSPO launched 2 weeks ago, and I want to pay thanks to all of the support from agencies, including the Special Constables and Medway and Kent Police, who've been out over the weekends in looking after and engaging some of these inappropriate behaviours. And I can assure residents that we are taking this very seriously, and we're working with our partners to challenge this antisocial behaviour. And I give that commitment that we will be out there in every park working with residents to try and curb this. Talking about nuisance vehicles, I noticed a tweet from the MP, Kelly Tolhurst, this evening, and I just want to ask for some clarity from the opposition on this. They mentioned in that tweet 805,000 for red routes is specifically mentioned. Can the Leader of the Opposition clarify this schoolboy error? Did his group not support 4 out of the 5 of those proposals? So perhaps he can indicate tonight whether there's been a U-turn perhaps on this position, or maybe Kelly Tolhurst, as is usual, is taking a position against their own group. We know she wanted to bulldoze the Pentagon Centre after all, so I'm not under illusion that may be their policy, but perhaps they can clarify. And just lastly, people will know here that roadworks are a bane of everyone's existence and everyone's life. However, many roadworks exist because of utilities work and BT and emergency gas works. And I note some of the opposition have challenged emergency gas works, and I merely say that I'm not a gas engineer, but leaving gas pipes to burst is not something I would encourage for any resident or any community. So whilst they're playing with this, where they're pandering on this war on the motorists, it is in no motorist interests for gas leaks. It is in no motorist interests to have people scaremongering on red routes, and it is in no resident's interest to continue with 14 years of failed Tory policies and bring on the general election. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the Leader.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nestorov, and thank you to everyone, as always, for their contributions. Some I agreed with more than others. Of course, as I said in my opening remarks, and I'll reiterate again here, we all send our best wishes to Adrian for a speedy recovery. And of course, it's worth recognising that it's amazing, isn't it? From a rising star to an elder statesman in one council meeting for the Deputy Leader at time of speaking. So you seem to obviously focus on the national insurance, and I'm very clear. Politics is about priorities. The government could have given money to local governments desperately needed challenges. They chose not to. What you forgot to mention, as mentioned in the bastion of revolutionary socialism, The Telegraph, that the stealth tax from Jeremy Hunt will cost the average worker in Medway and across England £50,000 over their... That might have fallen off your list, I don't know. But look, I will take no lessons from this government when it comes to, well, frankly, anything, and their time is well and truly up. And I say, that's not individually digging at anyone here. As I say, there's no bad people here. And of course, it's not just that. It's the hundreds of pounds of mortgage increase. You know, unsurprisingly, lots of us are knocking on doors every single week, every single day, and I'm hearing that time and time and time again. I want to pay tribute to my friend and colleague, Councillor Nashaba Khan, for her championing of Gillingham, the town centre that has been let down by the previous administration. They could have put in a future High Streets fund. They proactively chose not to. And we see the ramifications of that. And in her great contribution, you heard the differential between this administration, portfolio holders working together, compared to the previous administration, where budgets were cut, £500,000 plus cut, without even talking to the portfolio holder. I want to recognise Councillor Alex Patterson for his work as the Armed Forces champion, working closely with me, who've got the formal portfolio, but he's done an amazing job this year, so I thank him for everything he's done. And let me finish with this. I want to, I'm not going to reflect too much when it gets to May the 4th and the 5th, but I do remember vividly saying we will work hard every single day, and we have done, and we continue to. And the other thing I said in the kind of post-election situation was this: mistakes will happen. We're not perfect. Things will occasionally go wrong. and we'll accept that, and we'll make things better. And if things keep going wrong, that's where the challenge comes. So look, you will not get a Pravda-style approach. If things go wrong, we'll face that up and we'll get them better. It is right to say, because of the cut in funding, 91% in our revenue support grant since 2010, there have been areas like libraries which have had challenges around recruitment. We're fixing that. We're fixing that. So it is right to raise it, but it's also right to recognise we're fixing that as well. So look, this has been a strong first year for this administration. I welcome the challenge of scrutiny from opposition councillors. I did it for a while myself. I don't plan to do it for any time soon in the future. And look, we're getting on with the job. We're getting on with the job. And the one thing that will help us is this. What I don't need anymore is MPs tweeting misinformation. What I don't need anymore is MPs threatening to knock down a potential health centre and place for co-working and brilliant opportunities for small and medium-sized businesses, entrepreneurs. We're the party of the small business in Medway. What I need is MPs, and here's the spoiler alert, I'm going to be working hard not only to deliver council services with brilliant officers, a brilliant cabinet and others, I'm also going to be working hard to deliver 3 Labour MPs for the people of Medway. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Moving on to agenda item 10, members' questions. We now have 20 minutes to deal with the 27 questions listed on the agenda from members of the Council. Any questions not dealt with this evening will receive written responses instead. Answers to questions must not exceed 3 minutes in length. Thank you. Councillor Croza, please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As shown on the agenda.
Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Croza, for your question. The bid for the UNESCO World Heritage Site status has been submitted by the RSPB and supported by Medway Council, in a motion that was brought by the independent group last year. Unfortunately, this will not be a quick process and could take many years, as I'll explain in a second. Notwithstanding that, I have been in contact with the RSPB to reiterate our support for what they're doing and to inquire where the bid is in the process. Following the successful addition last year of the East Coast Flyway to the UK, tentative list of the sites we are now assessing, this is the RSPB response, we are now assessing the best move forward with completing the nomination dossier, indicative costs, etc., etc. The dossier is required before a nomination can proceed. The RSPB have commissioned a specialist consultant to do this work, and they're expecting to complete it fairly soon. The RSPB staff continue to engage with stakeholders, local authorities, coastal forums and statutory bodies to maintain momentum and cultivate awareness of the listing. And they have links with other World Heritage Sites, in particular the Wadden Secretariat and the Korean Tidal Flats. And these continue to be strengthened. They're working on an arrangement with the Korean Ministry for Oceans and Fisheries for bilateral sharing of expertise in this respect. And UNESCO's preliminary assessment is expected in September 2026, with potential nomination and World Heritage status inscription in 2029. So it is a long process. So that's the UNESCO bit. In relation to the AONB, which is actually now called Natural Landscapes, I'll never get my head around that, but they've changed the title. The government has changed the rules on those. There's a slight difference in the emphasis of the legal situation in regard to those. So I've had a conversation with the North Kent Downs a national landscape team about this, and we're getting our heads around what those rule changes mean and whether they can be applied to Hoop Peninsula and the North Kent Marshes. So that process is ongoing. And finally, you made reference, and it's been made earlier, to benefiting the Hoop Peninsula. Can I just point out that there's a number of things that in the first year, within the first year of our administration, we have been working really hard with the communities out there. A new community consultation on infrastructure for who has been set up and is now starting to operate. Deangate as a country park site has been delivered, and the funding for that is now in place, and that's going forward with a new Friends group that you personally have been involved in as well. We've been supporting neighbourhood plans both in Who and High Housestow. We're putting a lot of effort into the peninsula because it deserves the effort and the energy, and that's what we're trying to do. So the way we approach it here is Medway Labour, and as the new
Thank you,
administration,
Councillor
is
Curry.
equity.
That's all
Thank
the
you
time.
much.
Thank you. Next question is from Councillor Mandarakas. May I please have your question?
As written, thank you.
Councillor Coombs, would you please respond?
Thank you very much for your question. As we all know, attendance took a significant dip after the pandemic, and in Medway it was improving at a slow pace. Now, we know that poor attendance has a huge impact on outcomes for children, and it's something which we've worked really hard to improve in Medway. In the last year, the attendance team have worked very hard to implement the Council's Attendance Action Plan, which includes identifying and working with priority schools and taking a wider multi-agency approach, ensuring that attendance is everyone's business. We've also been working with the Department for Education on a joint Kent and Medway Attendance Alliance, looking more closely at the data and sharing good practice across our schools. The work's having a significant impact. From January 2023 to March of this year, so last month, so in January 2023, the average attendance in Medway was at 89.9%. Last month, this had improved to 93.4%, and this compares favourably with the national figure of 92.7%. When we look at persistent absence, this was very high when we measured it last January, standing at 29%. The figures from last month show a significant reduction to just 18.5%, again comparing favourably with the national figures of 22.5%. So I'd like to thank our attendance team and also all the staff in schools who've worked so hard so that many more of our children and young people are now attending school regularly.
Thank you, Councillor Coombs. Councillor Animation, please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. How many Medway employees who are also residents in Medway will be receiving a 5% cost of living pay increase in their wages next week, thanks to the budget passed by the Labour and Cooperative Group in February?
Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Adamachan, for your question. I want to put a bit of context to the answer before giving the statistical answer. I want to recognise, firstly, the great efforts that both our brilliant HR professionals and trade unions went through in a good faith negotiation, and I thank them both sides. I also want to recognise all members of the Employment Matters Committee, whether they voted for the pay settlement or not. That committee does an important job. I want this council not only to be delivering the best possible services for its residents, I also want this council to be an employer of choice. And therefore, it is right and appropriate that we as an incoming administration this year have taken an alternative approach to that of the previous administration, which would frankly disrespect trade unions, disrespect HR professionals and disrespect the staff, hard-working staff of this council. And it was disappointing to see a previous cabinet member in a previous member's question somehow thinking that in the same, maybe it's a Conservative Party thing, in the same way that a figure to fix all of the roads, not just potholes, has been simply divided. Maybe Councillor Hackwell doesn't want to be the next leader of the Conservative group. Maybe he wants to be the next Minister for Roads with those same mathematical skills. Anyway, he simply took the figure of £10 million and divided it by 2,000, which of course is not what the pay settlement that this administration and this political group voted for at the budget time. We're using it both to pay that 5% increase, but importantly, to fix our pay system. In opposition, we said and there's a number of colleagues who sat on employment matters at different times, that the med pay system was potentially discriminatory. We know from other councils, if you don't deal with discriminatory pay systems, that can have a huge cost to the taxpayer. So we're doing the right thing by fixing that now. To answer the statistical question, of the staff who are receiving that 5% cost of living increase, a total of 1,888 council employees are currently living within the Medway area. So that is around 80% of Medway Council's workforce work for Medway, live in Medway, and I know each and every one of them is proud to be Medway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple, for your answer. Councillor Galvin is not here, so he will receive a written response to his question. Councillor Hackwell, may I have your question?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Since March the 11th, the new Safer Streets scheme has been introduced to one of the primary schools in my ward. As expected, this has made the situation even worse than it was before. The parents are now coming earlier, parking in adjacent roads, which is making these adjacent roads even more congested and dangerous than the road that is now closed to non-residential traffic. Although some residents, particularly in the road that has now been closed to traffic at school times, are supportive of the scheme, the ones who live in adjacent roads are not. Will the portfolio holder please urgently review the effectiveness of the Safer Streets scheme and, if deemed necessary, remove it to make the streets safer for our young people attending this school before there is a serious accident?
Councillor Osborne, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Mayor, and I'm very happy to answer on behalf of this administration. Forgive me, Councillor Hackwell, I think you are referring to the school street scheme as opposed to the Safer Street scheme, but I'm happy to have corrected you on that. And you're right, the popular school street scheme, as you've indicated, are integral to our commitment to ensuring safe environments for our school children and their families, while also advancing our efforts to enhance the overall quality of life for our community's air. Initial feedback on the scheme, as you have yourself indicated, been positive in some areas, with requests from other schools to participate in the scheme, and this was also widely highlighted on local and national BBC TV coverage. Your reference in your question support. I've also met and spoken with mums, dads and carers and school teachers who have identified their support and also where things can improve, and I'm happy to acknowledge that. And indeed, if you would like to expand the roads of operation on behalf of your residents in adjacent streets, I look forward to having your advocacy to that end. So please do email me. Data from the Road Safety Trust and Sustrans indicates that children are safer getting to school because there are fewer cars on the road around the school. In London, this is around 18% fewer, and in Oxford, it is up to 22% fewer cars in the school street itself. And I can assure you we will be monitoring to see if we have similar successes. Overall perception of safety is significantly higher. Parents and teachers are strongly in favour, and active travel is increased, leading to healthier lifestyle choices. As with any new initiative, there is an adjustment period. It's important to note that monitoring and review are always components of our scheme. And as I say, I look forward to you feeding back to me on where we can potentially expand the scheme into those adjacent streets on behalf of your residents. On the topic of safer streets, however, perhaps the opposition could clarify their own position on the recently opposed red routes. Now you mention the Safer Streets initiative, because once again, your policy is to support 4 of the 5 routes. So can I understand that that is still the case and that you will be supporting us in making all of our streets healthier and safer for our residents? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne, for your response. Councillor Wildy, please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As written.
Councillor Khan, would you please respond?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Wardley, for your question, although I'm a little confused to have received it. For clarity, the Labour Party has not borrowed any money, and if we had, I'm clear of one thing, none of it would have been used to pay off bad people, like it has alleged certain Tory MPs have done. This council approved 42 million for the purchase of temporary accommodation to support Medway families on the 24th of January 2024. This capital addition was supported on a cross-party basis, and as the record shows, you were in attendance at the meeting. This funding will be drawn down as and when the programme of purchases requires. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Nang, may I please have your question?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My question, the current administration has been claiming to be the champions in fighting climate change, with our portfolio holders, Simon Carey, being the most passionate about the environment. Now, I would like to ask the portfolio holder for climate change how the council is looking to working with relevant private industry, individuals, voluntary organizations, and civic actors in the area of climate change to produce an updated local air management action plan, which will be readily available to members of the community.
Thank you, Councillor Anang, for your question. Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for your question. The 2015 Air Quality Action Plan covered Gillingham, Rainham and Central Medway air quality management areas, and this is currently in process of being reviewed and revised, and the draft of that will be ready over this summer. This plan will be consulted on in detail with the public as well. That's where we are with those plans. In addition to that, we have a Four Elms Hill air quality management plan, which was agreed a couple of years ago under the previous administration, and now that is being put into effect. We have 4 air quality management areas in Medway, and as you mentioned, my passion for this is that we should have none, not only from the environment point of view, but from the health of our community's point of view as well. And that's certainly something that we are driving to achieve. So in that context then, we've set up our a number of initiatives. Our response on climate change, which we've taken forward from the previous administration, and I'll reflect on that in a moment. Our Safer Healthier Streets programme, which involves easing congestion and introducing new schemes such as the local cycling and walking initiative to get people active on their active travel, which Councillor Osborne referred to just a moment ago. And most importantly is our climate action. We've set up 2 working parties. One of them is the cross-party members group, which has met a couple of times and is meeting again soon. And that's all about working out ward action plans at local level on improving a lot of environmental issues, including air quality. And the other working party is the community one, and that is representatives from the whole of the community in response to the points you made about the civic actors and the voluntary organisations. That includes MVA, the health authorities, the Army have joined in with this one. A whole range of groups from across the community are now part of our community working group, and they are scrutinising what we are delivering as a council, but they're also informing us of what they're doing. And a really good example would be the work of Mid-Kent College to decarbonise their whole college campus in Medway and in Maidstone. And they're doing fantastic work, stuff that we can learn from because it is so good. So engaging with the community is all part of this community working group.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. We have time for one more question. So can Councillor Filmer, may I please have your question?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Question as written.
Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for your question. The report on the timetable for the local plan was taken to Cabinet on the 13th of February. This set out what they call the local development scheme, which you're probably aware is the programme of how we deliver it. I've referred to it earlier in this meeting. This sets out this timetable. This includes consulting again on Regulation 18 in June this year, a Regulation 19 consultation beginning in January 2025, leading to a submission for examination by the external examiner in June 2025. The report and full local development scheme are available to view on the Council's website, but I'm happy to ask officers to email all members with a link to this document if they so wish. Thank you.
It was a quick answer, so we may have time for one more question. Councillor Warrens.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. As per the order paper, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murray, would you please respond?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Lawrence. One of the foremost objectives of this administration is to ensure every resident of Medway can access timely, high-quality NHS services, and we've still got some way to go. In keeping with that, and actions taken by the Health and Adult Services Overview and Scrutiny Committee to date, we're continuing to work closely with Kent and Medway's Integrated Care Board to improve access to primary care in Medway. Your question on GP numbers is an important one, but it's equally important to point out that the number of GPs is not the sole measure of good primary care access. This was discussed extensively in January 2024 at the HAS Committee, and one key recommendation from there, which I'm grateful for, was getting our residents to be directed to the primary care professional best placed to meet their needs. These may include nurse practitioners and pharmacists who are equally as important in the GP family. From Kent and Medway Integrated Care Board data, we know that in Medway, the whole time equivalents of GPs increased from 84 in May 2023 to 86 in February 2024. These numbers don't include representative part-time or portfolio career GPs. Recruitment of GPs is a challenge, both nationally and in Medway. Practices are constrained within the national funding mechanism, and their available budgets, so they've compensated by recruiting higher numbers of other direct patient-facing workforce, such as nurses and paramedics. I note that none of these challenges were addressed in the recent government budget statement, despite continuing high public interest and increasing demand. There are currently no GP recruitment targets. However, to encourage GP recruitment, the ICB have implemented a GP attraction package in December 2022, incentivising GPs from outside Kent and Medway to join practices in area of highest need, which includes Medway, Swale and Thanet. In addition to incentive payments for both GPs and practices over a 2-year period, this attraction package includes a marketing and social media campaign, coastal fellowships, Kent and Medway Council support for housing, schools, childcare and relocation, mentorship and clinical supervisor training. This package has resulted in the recruitment of 3 GPs in Medway to date. Well, it's 3 more than we had before. The Kent and Medway Integrated Care Board has invested in support and reimbursement of application fees for all practices to obtain Home Office approval as Tier 2 visa sponsor so they can recruit international GP graduates. Over half of Kent and Medway practices are now 2-tier sponsors, with 1 GP recruited in Medway through that route. It's envisaged the significant number of international graduates seeking employment each year should provide a steady flow of GPs in future years.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. That's all the time. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Murray. Thank you for your answer. Just to remind members, any questions not dealt with this evening will receive written responses. Moving on to agenda item 11. Star Hill to St. Pier Conservation Area, request to extend the conservation area. Councillor Curry, would you like to make a proposal?
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to propose that...
Just 1 minute. Councillor Mayhew. Thank you.
Everyone speak lots.
Councillor Curry, back to you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'll start off with the sort of practical bit, and then I might wax lyrical a bit on some of this because it is such an important project. The Star Hill to Sun Pier Conservation Area forms the High Street Heritage Action Zone, the HAS, as everybody refers to it, and I've got used to thinking of it in my head, between 2020 and 24. As part of the HAS project, a conservation area appraisal and management plan were produced and subsequently adopted by the Council in March this year. It's something that I've personally been involved in since the beginning, and it's very exciting work. One of the recommendations coming out of the management plan was the extension of the conservation area to include 4 adjoining areas that are considered to contribute to the character of the conservation area. The conservation area appraisal and management plan was subject to public consultation. Responses to the proposed extension to the conservation area were favourable. Extensions to the conservation area require our full approval here at full council. Details of the proposed extension to the conservation area boundary, comprising an extract from the management plan explaining the rationale for each area of extension, and maps of the existing and proposed boundary are set out in Appendix 4 of the report. Therefore, I move the recommendations as laid out in Section 1 of the report in the agenda. The Council is asked to approve the extension of the boundary of the Star Hill to Pier conservation area to include Bethel Chapel, Chatham High Street, Manor Road and Hammond Hill as set out in Appendix 4 of the report. Can I just wax lyrical a little bit now, if I may? Thank you very much. This is really exciting stuff. Having read the appraisals and the management plan, I hope members have got their heads around it. It's a fantastic area. I think we all agree. There's a huge amount of potential there. The cultural consortium that was set up several years ago is an exciting group of artists and local business people and local residents who've come together to really try and transform this area. And what they're achieving is quite exciting and really quite remarkable. It's one of those examples of, we talk about co-production in the community, where the community comes together at the community level and then the council follows afterwards, if you like, chasing after them with some strategic policies on top to put into effect what they're doing. And this is what's happened here. I'm hopefully going to do it in other parts of Medway, including Gillingham, which is the other next area we're looking at. So this idea of co-production is very exciting. What the Cultural Consortium are achieving in the intra area, or the HAS area, as we like to think of it, is amazing. Huge support from officers who've been involved in this in the council for several years under both administrations. So it's something that we all feel very strongly about. So I really hope that members are happy to support the extension of this area to include those 4 new bits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry, for your proposal. Is that supported, Councillor Campbell? Do you want to speak now, or do you want to reserve your right to speak later?
I'd like to speak now, though I'll keep it brief because I can't follow that waxing lyrical that's just happened. It said everything I wanted to say. I'm delighted as the ward member for Fort Pitt to be seconding this proposal and speaking in its favour because part of the conservation zone in question is in my ward. It's always struck me that the intra-High Street area, as it's known, between Rochester and Chatham, is a bit of a hidden gem, a poor cousin, if you like, to Rochester High Street, which is a shame because there is no dearth of history or character here. I've heard some fascinating, moving, funny, triumphant, tragic narratives from Irina Friedman, who was here earlier, and Rob Flood, both local historians, about the people and enterprises that have moved through there and left their indelible mark on the buildings and communities. This area has the River Medway, naval and military history, religious, racial, cultural plurality, art, alternative subcultures, all of these jostling together in its character. And it follows on all the way from Rochester High Street to Chatham High Street, and its people and businesses share that character. So extending the boundary makes perfect sense. That is the reasonable thing to do. And the protection of a conservation area designation that brings with it, and combine that with the emerging and much needed Medway local plan, which this Labour administration promised to deliver and will deliver, this will help encode design guidelines and create opportunities for more environmentally friendly plans here, like perhaps new green and open spaces, which this area really needs. And I do want to make a special mention of the Cultural Consortium. What they have achieved is remarkable. It's really tangible. And it's a fantastic example of people power, co-production, community-powered regeneration in an area. These are core values of the cooperative movement as well. So as a Labour and cooperative councillor, I'm delighted to be supporting this. I feel quite passionately about this. I also want to make a quick mention to the council officers. Anjali Strange and her colleagues, they've done a fantastic job over the last 4 years, coordinating between so many different stakeholders and progressing matters. So yes, I'm very proud and delighted to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Moving to debate, any member? Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Just very brief for me, just to say that the opposition will be supporting the item. To second the words of Councillor Curry, I know he's not here, but my colleague Councillor Doe, I know very passionate, certainly through the work that was going on previously brilliant officers doing a lot of work, and obviously made possible thanks in part to Levelling Up funding. And I know the Heritage Minister, Lord Parkinson, when he visited recently, was very positive about the work that was going on in Intra. So as I say, the opposition pleased to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Mrs. Turpin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I'm very happy to support this item this evening. I agree very much that the area is a very interesting part of Medway and has a lot of history. And I think, you know, Councillor Curry is right to point out that the council is sort of playing catch up really to the work that businesses have been putting into this area over the past years, and it's really great to see. This is what, you know, as a local authority we should be doing, supporting these areas, working with it, providing the sort of the policy to back what they've been doing. So I think, you know, especially post COVID, I think there's been such a lot of sort of great focus on this area. It's a really sort of different, you know, it's very different to Rochester High Street, to Chatham High Street, this bit in the middle there. So I'm very happy to support this. And, you know, just a big up, a shout out, if you like, to the Medway Little Theatre that is situated in this area. It's a really great theatre that we as local residents should go and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Turpin. Councillor Crozer.
You, Deputy Mayor, we're happy to support this motion as well. It's a great idea and glad it's going forward.
Thank you. Any other member? No. Then we go back to the proposal. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to colleagues for the support for this this initiative this evening. And as Councillor Perfect pointed out, this is a cross-party thing because it was begun under the previous administration. It's now reaching some really good stuff going on. Just to mention very briefly about the environmental side of things, the small group of volunteers who are working, they call themselves Greening the Has, is their little strapline which they like to use. That's a wildlife meadow at the St Bart's Chapel, which is now in place. The first ever green bus stop in Medway with a green roof on it. And then next to the bus stop on the railway wall, there's going to be a green wall there as well. And a number of new trees are going to go in and stuff like that. And I know that a lot of the businesses along there want to put planters out in the road and stuff like that. There's a lot of really exciting stuff and ideas are bubbling over all the time. So I just say I'd like to move the recommendation as laid out in section 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Is that agreed? Thank you. Then moving on to agenda item 12, cumulative impact assessment. Councillor Osborne, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Mayor, and I'm very pleased to submit this cumulative impact proposal this evening to Council for consideration. Members will be aware that this is a piece of legislation which is considered within the Licensing Act 2003, and it governs only the sale of alcohol in England and Wales. And it has 4 key licensing objectives: the prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, the prevention of public nuisance, and the protection of children from harm. And I can say that as we have engaged in consultation with the police and other agencies, we have listened to feedback on the current licensing position. We have effectively stayed the same in 4 of the 5 key towns, with an extension in just 1. We believe that this is a balance, and any change requires a significant amount of statistical basis and evidence. I would like to thank all of those who have been working on this proposal within the council, including the licensing team under Bhupinder and the legal department, Mark at Gravesham Council as well, who we partner with on this, and is an example of joint enterprise between 2 local councils. I'd also like to thank the Kent Police in terms of their responses, as well as all of the public for their engagement on this. And it is critical that we get this right, and it's important because it allows our licensing colleagues to challenge more robustly areas where alcohol sales are not appropriate or where there has been a public nuisance identified. And so lastly, I'd like to pay tribute to the cross-party licensing committee for their consideration of this, and I table this tonight for consideration. I look forward to members' contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne, for your proposal. Is that supported? Councillor MacDonald?
Yeah.
Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak?
I reserve the right, Deputy Mayor.
Any member? No? Back to you, Councillor MacDonald.
There, let's go. Okay, so just following on really briefly from Councillor Osborne, having a cumulative impact assessment introduces a consistent approach in the decision-making process, raises awareness of the alcohol harms in areas, engages with applicants and helps ensure the 4 licensing objectives are promoted, as Councillor Osborne said. It is a requirement of the licence in 2003 that the assessment be reviewed every 3 years and a decision made on whether there is sufficient evidence to support keeping the requirements in place. The licensing service have again carried out the consultation with all those prescribed in the Licensing Act 2003, which include the general public, licence holders and responsible authorities. On the 19th of March, this evidence was presented to the Licensing and Safety Committee alongside a proposed draft assessment, and the committee recommended approval of the new assessment to Cabinet. Can I just add on my huge thanks to all the officers involved, including Emily, who put the report together, including Barbara, and we all know Barbara and her photos of the alleyways in Medway, and she finds more litter than any of us. But also to the Licensing Committee. It wasn't just the one committee. Cross-party, this was offline as well. This was offline with officers really doing some deep dive into this. So I'd like to thank the whole committee for the work they've done as well. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Back to the proposer, Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I table for consideration. Thanks.
Is that agreed? Moving on to agenda item 13, Constitutional Issues Planning Committee. Councillor Stump, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Chief of Planning Dave Harris and all of the officers in the Planning Department for their hard work, commitment and dedication. It really is appreciated. I truly appreciate the pressures that you're all under. Right. This report seeks approval to some proposed changes to how we conduct our Planning Committee meetings. The Planning Committee considered a report on the 13th of March 2024 setting out some proposed changes to the employee delegation scheme, the aim of which allow the committee to focus on significant applications, thereby allowing applications that are straightforward or technical in nature to be considered and determined by officers under delegated authority. The committee's comments are set out in section 6 of the report. These proposed changes are detailed in paragraphs 3.2 to 3.6 of the report and at Appendix A. Please note that there is an additional change detailed in paragraph 7.2 of the report regarding the need for consistency on the number of letters of representation from different households. And on the point of number of letters of representation, I would refer members to page 520 of the agenda, and in particular, a drafting error. Where it says more than 5, this should read 5 or more. This confirms that the minimum number of relevant letters of representation is 5. The proposed change, as drafted, implied that the minimum number could have been 6, which is incorrect. The report also provides details of proposed changes to ward councillor speaking rights at the Planning Committee in recognition of the increase in the number of single-member wards from 1 to 3.
The proposed change would enable a ward councillor to speak twice on an individual planning application instead of once. There are proposed changes for all wards which will allow a ward councillor to address the planning committee again where the committee receives legal advice that is either a new application or the application has significantly changed. Therefore, I would like to propose the recommendations as set out on page 511 of the agenda as follows. Council is recommended to approve the changes to the employee delegation scheme as set out in Appendix A to the report, subject to the reference to more than 5 relevant letters of representation on page 520 of the agenda, being amended to read 5 or more relevant letters of representation. Council is recommended to approve the changes to the Planning Code of Good Practice as set out in Appendix B to the report.
Thank you, Councillor Stamp, for your proposal. Is that supported? Councillor Jones?
I'd like to reserve rights to second. Thank you, Deputy.
You wish to speak later? I open the room for debate. Any member? Councillor Hackwell?
Yes, I would like to move a slight amendment to this paper. Thank you.
Going back to Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is a very, very small change to the paper, and I think it will help improve the decision-making process. This paper talks about the role of the ward councillors at the Planning Committee. And as a member of the Planning Committee for a few years, and more recently addressing the committee as a ward member, I've reflected that and talking to a few others, I've reflected that once you've addressed the committee as a ward councillor, I think it would be beneficial to the ward councillor and the committee if the ward councillor that addressed the committee before the debate was also offered just a couple of minutes to come back to the committee with points of clarification, if they wish. They're probably the person in the room that knows the area the best, probably knows the application the best, and my experience was that during the debate there was things that were said that were not quite right, and if the ward councillor just was offered a couple of minutes just for points of clarification before the chairperson does a summary and before the vote is taken, I think that would improve the process immensely. And as we are talking about the role of the ward councillor in this particular paper, I suggest that this is the right opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hackwell. Is that supported? Councillor Gilborn. Do you want to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I'll reserve the right. Thank you.
Any member? Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nesterov. We're going to take you behind the curtain of politics, how politics works. So we've had a very helpful conversation over the last couple of days about the children in care motion that was debated and agreed on a cross-party basis. And there was an amendment passed, which is positive to see, you know. And of course, we're going to disagree on things at some point. The point with this is there's been a whole meeting where there's been debate on this issue previously. This wasn't raised at that meeting. So I'm very concerned that this is like an 11th hour addition, which could have been raised, you know, the ability to raise this elsewhere could have been done, hasn't been done. Nobody reached out to us about this. So on that basis, I would be recommending to colleagues that we would vote against this, because ultimately we will review this again. You know, I think it's been a good process, and it's good that the planning committee looked at this, and I'm sure when the planning committee reviews this in the future, this recommendation will be debated there, and we'll see what the recommendation is from the planning committee. They spent a lot of time on this. I know officers have spent time on this. So on that basis, this should have been raised at that point ahead of coming to tonight. Or the opposition group could have reached out to us on this issue. The world is different to how it was 12 months ago. Conversations are allowed to happen.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Mrs. Turpin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think this is a really good amendment. I appreciate, you know, Councillor Maple's point that it may seem 11th hour and there's not been discussions on it, but sometimes good ideas come at the 11th hour. And I would call on Councillor Maple to allow his group to have a free vote on this and not be whipped, and to allow them to vote as they see appropriate. If they think it's a good idea, then vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Turpin. Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. This matter has actually come up before because I lobbied members of the Planning Committee about this. And the reason I lobbied on this particular issue and several others is quite simple. Sometimes during the debate at planning, things get missed. There's one particular one where I made some very good points about traffic management and road movements, and you looked and you thought, yeah, this is going to be rejected. A councillor then turned around and said, oh yeah, it's on the Isle of Grain, it's to do with jobs. Whereas no clarification. If I'd had the opportunity to say, actually, it's only 8 jobs, of which 5 are part-time, against 150 lorry movements, I believe the actual outcome would have been a lot different. Democracy doesn't have to be done, it needs to be seen to be done. This is actually very, very democratic. It's not going to happen all the time. It's a couple of minutes. And when I made these points, I believe, and I'm looking very quickly through the emails, I was told that the time to actually make any amendments would actually be this meeting, and I'm open to correction on that. But I will be supporting this because it is essentially very, very democratic. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Any other member? No? If not, we're going back to Councillor Gilborn, the supporter.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I'd just like to say that although it is late and was partially discussed at a planning meeting when it was being put together, it just makes common sense, and I think it's beholden upon all councillors just to get it agreed now, and then it can be in policy from day one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gilborn. Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Well, I'm disappointed, Councillor Maple, that you don't feel that you can support this, what I believe is a very simple and useful suggestion to help improve the planning process for this whole council.
Thank you, Councillor Hackwell. Now I go back to the original proposal. Sir, Councillor Stump.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Officers have dedicated a lot of time and have put in a lot of effort with these proposed changes, which I'm grateful to them for. The proposed changes have been put in front of the Planning Committee and have been agreed by members of the Planning Committee. Therefore, I would not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stump. Now we're going to vote on the amendment. All those in favor, please indicate now. Okay, and all those against?
The amendment is lost.
The amendment is lost. Now we're back to the substantive motion. Councillor, any member? Councillor Spalding.
Thank you once again, Mr Deputy Mayor. In addition to the matter that was the subject of the amendment, which we're no longer proceeding, I made several other points in lobbying the members. These changes do not go far enough, in my opinion, because they still discriminate against those in single-member wards. You have one member who gets 5 minutes. Yet, if you have a 3-member ward, each member, as I understand it, and we've seen it before, can speak for 5 minutes. That means that that particular ward on a particular issue gets more time to bring things and address the committee. That, in my view, is simply not fair. The restrictions on speaking twice or speaking a third time, in my view, don't work, and I appreciate what Councillor Stamp said about this has been debated by the committee, but I still feel strongly about this to raise it here. If something goes out, and I've seen it myself, for further information on a deferral, technically the ward councillor cannot speak, although if you've got a 3-member ward, one of your colleagues can. It discriminates. I say this needs to be looked at again, perhaps in more detail. And at the moment, as it stands, whilst I support it, because generally it does go to a start of what we need to go, I personally do not feel it goes far enough, and it still discriminates against those of us who have got single-member or just 2-member wards. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Any other member? If there is no other members, we're going to go back to the support of the Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'm using my reserve right to speak as seconder. Just simply to say the rights of ward members are protected, the rights of single ward members are protected, and of course ward members can bring an issue to planning committee on the planning applications list, which comes out every week. A ward member can have a discussion with the chief planning officer about reasons for bringing it to the committee. So I think democracy is safeguarded whilst conducting the efficiency of planning committee business and meeting successive central government's determination that 90% of all planning applications should be determined by officers. So I suggest at that point, Mr Deputy Mayor, we move on.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Now we go back to Councillor Stump, the proposal of the original motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would like to move the report as laid out. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that agreed? That's agreed. Moving on to agenda item 14. Councillor Maritime, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nesterov. This report deals with some administrative matters ahead of the annual council meeting on the 15th of May in relation to political balance, committees and outside bodies, plus the schedule of meetings. I'd like to thank the officers from Democratic Services who've played a part in this and have been very diligent in the work that they've done. And I'd also like to thank the whips, my fellow whips, Councillors Sands and Kemp, who have worked on this on a cross-party basis. Firstly, members will be aware that political balance must be reviewed each year at the annual council meeting. There have been some changes recently to membership of political groups, and the revised calculations at Appendix A to the report take account of these changes. The effect of these changes is to reduce the entitlement of the Labour and Cooperative and the Conservative groups to increase the number of unallocated seats because members who are not part of a political group do not have any entitlement to committee seats. Members will be asked to agree the revised political balance calculations at the annual council meeting. Therefore, any meetings held between now and the annual council meeting will reflect the current arrangements. Appendices B and C to the report set out the various committees and outside bodies together with the updated entitlement to seats. The report to annual council on the 15th of May will include details of the members to be appointed to these seats. Members will recall that a draft schedule of meetings was agreed at our January meeting. There are currently some ongoing discussions around some of the Cabinet subcommittee meeting dates, and it is anticipated that the finalised dates will be included in the report to the annual council meeting. We also know that the general election will be held during the next municipal year, and Democratic Services team are working to continue to work on making contingency arrangements with regards to rooms and venues so that meetings can continue to take place during this period. The draft schedule of meetings is set out at Appendix D to the report.
Thank you, Councillor Maiton, for your proposal. Is that supported? Councillor
Yes.
Brown?
Yes, I'd like to support this report, and I'll speak now if I may.
Yep.
I'd like to thank officers and the whips and everybody involved in trying to make these dates work for everybody. I would remind members to be cognizant of the timetable, to be available as much as possible for meetings, and we are doing this in a timely manner as required by the Constitution. And I would remind people that if we're on committees, we do our best to attend all the meetings that we're down for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Any member? Councillor Mrs. Turpin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I mean, as an independent member, it's probably no surprise that I'll speak on behalf of the 4 independents. And I think it's disappointing that there's an increase to 9 unallocated spaces now. And I think, you know, I believe I'm right in thinking that the leader of the council has it in his gift to change that, should he wish to. And I appreciate it's been a long-standing tradition of this council to not have independent members on committees, but I think it's something that could be looked at and could be changed. You know, at the end of the day, as I said in my motion, you know, member involvement should be encouraged, increased, and now we're seeing sort of the opposite of that with you know, more seats. These people have been elected to the council, so it's a shame that they can't sit on these committees and represent their areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Turpin. Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Nestorov. Nearly promoted you a few weeks early. My understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected by colleagues on the top table, is this is not a local policy. This is not, you know, we don't set the colloquial terminology is the Widdicombe rules, not to be confused with the former Reform UK MEP and Maidstone and the Weald MP, Lord Widdicombe. So if any officer wishes to correct me, but my understanding is that is not a council policy, that is a local government statute. So whatever my personal view, and I have personal views on everything, I will always follow the rules and follow the law.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Perfect.
Yeah, just very briefly, I just wanted to say thank you to the whips for this, and obviously we'll be supporting this. I also just wanted to say actually a big thanks and use this opportunity to thank Wayne, the head of Democratic Services, and his team, particularly James and Beatrice, who have been working very closely with Councillor Tejan over the past few weeks to sort out our group meetings. And I know with all the disruption that there's been at Gun Wharf, that's been challenging at points. I just wanted to place on record the opposition's thanks to Wayne and his team for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Going back to the proposal, Councillor Maritime.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Therefore, I will propose the recommendations as set out on page 525 of the agenda at paragraph 1.1 and 1.11 to 1.414 of the report.
Is that agreed? Then we're moving on to agenda item 15, report on overview and scrutiny activity. We now have 20 minutes to receive and debate the report on overview and scrutiny activity. I will now call Councillor Tejan to move the report.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. This report updates the Council's on activities of the 4 overview and scrutiny committees since the last ordinary council meeting. And I will highlight some of the discussions over the last 3 months. This is in addition to the regular attendance of Cabinet portfolio holders at ONS meetings to provide updates and answer committees' questions about their respective portfolio and consideration of the quarterly performance and budget monitoring report by each ONS committee. Some of the reports considered by business support and digital ONS committee, which are chair, where the council draft capital and revenue budget 2024 to 2025, and the one Medway council plan 2024 to 2028, and an update on the procurement strategy 2021 to 2025. Reports presented to the Regeneration Culture Environment ONS Committee included the draft housing strategy to 2030, the annual review of the infrastructure funding statement, and a couple of petitions referred to committee for further consideration. These related to parking and environmental noise in Lambourne Way and the No Road and the provision of free children's swimming. Amongst reports received by Children and Young People ONS was an update on the improvement being made to children's services, an update on the addressing of the workforce issued in the service, and a report from the NHS Kent and Medway Integrated Care Board on the future contracts for children and young people mental health services in Kent and Medway. Some of the reports considered by the Health and Other Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee include an update on the future of Medway and Swale Transient Asthmatic Attack, the TIA service, and updates from Southeast Coast Ambulance Service and Medway Community Health Care. As always, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the Overview and Scrutiny Committees have effectively scrutinized a range of issues, and I move the report as set out in item 15. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tejan. Is that supported? Councillor Patterson?
Yes, it's supported, and I will reserve my right to speak.
Okay. Any member? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, I'll be very brief, Chair, because I'm, sorry, Deputy Mayor, I'm conscious people want to get on and finish the meeting. I've already referred to the Regeneration Environment Committee, the appearance by Councillor Edwards and the terrific work that's been done on skills development there, and the attendance by Councillor Price at the Children's and Young People Committee, looking back on the Ofsted improvements which have been made and the terrific work that's being done to support our statutory services. What I really wanted to talk about was the Health and Social Care Scrutiny Committee and the good work that they've been doing, scrutinising scrutinising the NHS, some alarming information came to light on access of children and young people to dental services, and I note that more work is intended to be done on this in the summer, and I think the Children and Young People Scrutiny Committee should be looking at this issue as well. Was that quick enough, Mr. Deputy Mayor? I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Maple.
Yeah, I just want to very quickly say 2 items here. Again, a huge, as I said earlier on, but to reiterate in this particular report, a huge thanks to every member who sits on overview and scrutiny in line with the Widdicombe rules on numbers on each side of the committee. And to particularly thank the chairs and vice chairs and opposition spokes, because I know those are really important roles. And again, one of the things that the members of the public and the wider, those who are interested in our council, don't often see is a kind of important work with a cross-party basis, often looking at tricky issues, speaking with officers and others in those pre-agenda meetings. So a big thank you to everyone involved, including often, as Councillor Perfect referred to, Wayne and his brilliant team. The other thing I want to say, and it's Councillor Etheridge is just about still in the chamber at the moment, I'm really pleased that by the time this council meets on a normal basis, not at annual council, one of the things I committed to and wanted to see in opposition will be happening, which is overview and scrutiny. Whichever wishes to see it will be looking at the local plan. That's the right thing to do, and it's important to remember that the local plan, as others referred to earlier on, has responsibilities for all aspects of life in Medway. So people might think it's just a regen thing, but actually all different aspects of that impact on the people of Medway and therefore the council services and the council's democracy. So thank you in advance. I will be listening carefully to those items, as I do to every item when it comes to scrutiny. But in particular, that's something which we've seen through, and I know there is cross-party consensus at those conversations, focusing on the specific areas that each of the scrutiny committees are responsible for. We'll be looking at the local plan in that nature. So thank you again to all those involved in scrutiny, those experts and outside bodies, particularly looking at places like the health scrutiny. It's something I'm proud that this council does well, and again, it's something which I know people value, both those who are elected members, but also the wider public when it comes to issues of interest. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Brake.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. If I may, please, just on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee covering health and adult services, there were, in fact, 2 particular items which I'm sure would be of interest to members here this evening, and in fact to the people of Medway. And first and foremost was the stroke services. It was announced at the Overview and Scrutiny Committee that stroke services would in fact be returning to Medway, which is certainly a good sign, given that there was a lot of discussion, debate and cross-party concern over the services being removed from Medway Hospital and literally scattered to the 4 winds. But what we found is that the statement that was made is that stroke services will be returning to Medway with the services in and around Medway. And I personally was not particularly enamoured with the statement that says in and around Medway, and asked that we be given a definitive statement as to what this meant when told that the services would be returning to Medway. And in fact, we do in fact have that assurance that it will be returning to Medway. And in fact, as it appeared in the Medway Messenger today, it must be the truth, I suppose. So that was point 1. Point 2, and that was dermatology. And it seems that dermatology services have in fact, in some respects, have come back into Medway, but nobody really knew that it had happened. And this again was another service that was removed from Medway Hospital, removed from Medway, and our residents, and again a lot of concern was raised cross-party over this decision. Well, again, we're pleased to say that dermatology has returned, and a service for the residents of Medway is being provided. So just a bit of an update. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brake. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, following on from Councillor Brake, obviously it's the TIA service that's coming back in a hybrid approach. So I know there has been a lot of social media, including by locally elected MPs in Gillingham, for example, saying that they've campaigned and brought back the stroke services. They haven't. So, you know, we have got a safe model, a hybrid model coming back. It isn't what the whole committee would have wanted maybe, but we have got a safe model for those residents that suffer a stroke. It's not the perfect model, but it's a safe one, and that's what the alternative we had. But I just want to make it very clear, it is the TIA service that has come back just in a hybrid model way. We haven't got all of our stroke services back in Medway. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Wildy.
Thank you. I couldn't be at the last HASC meeting, but I would ask that 6.4 South East Coast Ambulance Service, that we call them back before March, because they've been in the news recently, and I think we need to see them before March, which we can discuss at a later date, if that's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wildy. Back to Councillor MacDonald.
Really. Just a quick point from Councillor Wildy. So we had the South East Coast ambulance already back, and we will be calling them back again, and we will be having a visit to the ambulance station, the brand new station in Twiddle as well.
Thank you for making that clear. Any other member? No? If no one wishes to speak, we're going to go back to the seconder, Councillor Patterson.
I think it's appropriate at this stage, as we come to the close of the first municipal year of this new administration, to reflect on not just the activity since January, but also on the year as a whole. And I think what's the most marked change is the fact that I'm seconding this motion, which was proposed by an opposition chair of business support. And that's a huge change, and that's a delivery of a promise, a long promised change to move away from the democracy dodging, which was sadly the hallmark of the previous administration and the previous leadership. So I'd like to thank all of the chairs of the ONS committees. I think they've done a fantastic job, but special mention to those vice chairs who have at times also had to step into the shoes at the last minute and performed heroically in that role. I think this new makeup of scrutiny committees has really reinvigorated them. I think it's a reflection of modern Medway, the people who have brought a wide variety of lived experience to the role and a great deal of compassion. I think that shines through, and I think that's something that we really should applaud. I'd also like to thank council officers who often produce reports at very short notice, sometimes at the behest of chairs, sometimes at the behest of perhaps councillors operating with a political purpose and trying to make mischief, but they carry on nonetheless. And special tribute in terms of regen to Nicola Couchman, fantastic Democratic Services officer who has supported me in my first year as chair. There's a time and a place for that political debate, and I would say that it's not at ONS, and I said that at the very first meeting that I chaired, that regardless of political party, we operate as a team in ONS, and I think that's been the hallmark of the best of ONS as and when that has happened. And I think that where people have sought to make political points, or perhaps egged on by MPs who have suddenly sprung into life in election year, that's been disappointing. But I think that we we will reflect on the positive discussions that we've had, the items which we have brought to committee, because we are actually there to represent residents. We're there to ask the questions that they wish they were able to ask. We're there to represent them. And I think that with the respect shown to petitioners, to everyone who has come to committee and offered their expertise, I thank them, and I think we can look forward to another fantastic year of scrutiny.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. And back to Councillor Tijan.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I just want to thank Councillor Patterson for his support, and I want to thank the leader of the council for his kind words and support. And we look forward to the local plan coming to order ONS scrutiny. And I want to thank members of the Democratic Service and officers and colleagues on ONS for the work they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tijan. Is that agreed? Okay. Then moving on to agenda item 16, contact letting exceptional circumstances. Councillor Van Dijk, would you like to make a proposal?
Yes, thank you. As it states in item 16, this report details contracts awarded in accordance with the provisions of Contract Procedure Rule 1.8.2 of the Contract Procedure Rules, which were effective for the period this report covers. Our contract procedure rules that sit within the Council's constitution govern how we spend money. As we would expect from an organisation of Medway Council's breadth, there are instances where we have no alternative than to be reactive, and those provisions fall within such exemptions. This year, I'm pleased to report that the only one exemption was signed off, and that was to engage CIPFA to conduct a governance and financial review. Whilst this report therefore represents a good outcome for the past financial year, I would ask members and officers alike to continue forward planning to maintain this level of performance.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk, for your proposal. Is that supported?
Supported, and I'll reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. I open the floor to debate. Any member? Councillor Perfect.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, and this falls obviously within Councillor Golvin's spokesperson role. We're happy to support this and thank very much the open engagement that both the Leader of the Opposition has, I know, with the Chief Executive and with the Chief Operating Officer, but also through regular meetings with the Leader of the Council, when I know they discuss regular matters such as this. So we're happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed, and I welcome the support from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition Group, Councillor Perfect, and actually it follows on from the comments that my colleague and friend Councillor Patterson made around actually a different way of working, and those regular conversations with the opposition group leaders have been important and valuable, and I'm pleased that they've happened. And if we can all reflect with hindsight, if we'd had those perhaps for the last 11 years, who knows where we'd be with a number of issues that we're now trying to tackle. And it is regrettable, for obvious reasons, that Councillor Golvin's not here tonight, because, of course, this was a report that he would bring forward in the previous administration. And it's actually one which, as Leader of the Opposition, I would be clear that, you know, when the Council is doing well, I'll credit them, and when they're not doing so well, I'll hold them to account. The graph on 5.3, it's worth recognising that in a couple of years prior to where the graph starts now, there had been 35 contractual exceptions, 35. That was a very difficult year for this council, because that's not what we should be doing. It's very unlikely we'll ever have zero, because stuff turns up, stuff happens. And of course, some would say there is a slight irony that the only one we have this year, of course, is to make sure that we get in the experts to tell us how to spend money wisely. So we've done that. So yeah, I really echo my colleague and friend Councillor Van Dijk on the issue of we won't be complacent. I doubt we'll ever see this at zero, but it's pretty close to that at the moment. And we will always try and do everything we can to make sure in that open, transparent way, as you said right at the start, Deputy Mayor Nesteroff, embracing positively the Nolan principles that are spending of taxpayers' money, not my money, not our money, taxpayers' money, is done in a way which is appropriate. And of course, in many, many cases, having a late contract often will mean you're paying a premium. And we don't want to be doing that at any time, but particularly as we go through our roadmap to financial sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. I now go back to the proposer, Councillor Van Dijk.
Just say, I move.
Yes, sorry. Sorry, I move.
Is that agreed? That's agreed. Moving on to the last agenda item, use of urgency provisions. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Nesteroff. This, again, similar to the last report, actually is one which, thankfully, we've not had to use too often since last May. In seconding, I think Councillor Coombs will talk around the technicality because it falls within her portfolio. This is actually one of those which is not, this is not the first time this has been on an urgency decision. So this is not unique to us. It's the nature of how these things work. And again, sometimes frustratingly, when we're waiting for information from central government, we end up in a circumstance like this. So a fairly straightforward technical report to finish this municipal year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported? Councillor Coombs? Would you like to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I'll reserve the right.
Okay. Any member? Councillor Perfect?
I'm going to be very brief, just to say thank you to the leader for bringing the report. Obviously, this is the mainstream Academy's funding formula, which is always agreed, similarly across the country in such circumstances. Just wanted to thank the officers in Children's Services, particularly for the briefing that I know they gave recently to the Scrutiny Committee, actually, on the funding formula, and thank officers for engagement on this with the opposition as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Coombs.
Obviously, emergency provisions are rarely used, and I'm thankful to Cabinet colleagues and to the Children and Young People's Overview and Scrutiny Committee for agreeing the need to use emergency provisions in this instance, which was because of the short time scale between us finding out what the funding allocation to schools is and us having to submit the final funding formula to the Education and Skills Funding Agency. So the use of these provisions allowed us to meet that deadline for returning those submissions.
Thank you, Councillor Coombs. I go back to the proposer, Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed, and thanks very much to Councillor Perfect for his support. We do have to use these urgency powers occasionally, but as a council leader, I've got to grin and bear it, and that's the kind of thing we need to get forward with. So again, we do this on a rare occasion, so I'm grateful to cross-party support on this matter, and this, I believe, will be the final item of this council's municipal year. I so move.
Thank you. Is that agreed? Thank you. This concludes our agenda for tonight. Before I close the meeting, I would like to thank our live stream viewers for watching this meeting this evening. And there being no further business, I declare this meeting closed.